We're live.
Thank you. Good evening, and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
of the United States of
of
America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and
and justice
for
for
all.
all. Thank you. Because this is a remote meeting, I will ask Ms. Sullivan to please call the roll.
Dr. Coleman,
Present.
Mr. DeArujo,
Present?
Ms. Lopera,
Present.
Ms. Mercer, Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Present.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Robinson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight's session is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the December 1st meeting link. The agenda, presentations, and equity impact statements have been translated in all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The committee is pleased to be offering live, simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, and Vietnamese. We regret that we are unable to secure American Sign Language interpretation for tonight's meeting. We will turn on the closed caption feature. After the interpreters finish introducing themselves and provide Zoom instructions, we will activate the interpretation icon, the globe, at the bottom of your screen. Click the icon to select your language preference. Will our Spanish interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Espanol?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone, distinguished guests, school committee members. My name is Juan Bernal. I am the Spanish interpreter whom will be interpreting exclusively and consecutively for school committee member Spanish speaking, Ms. Rafaela Polanco Garcia, while the other two interpreters will be providing simultaneous interpretation, Mr. Randolph and Ms. Luz. I will now proceed to make the same announcement in Spanish, how to access the interpretation icon. Muy buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Juan Bernal. Soy uno de los intérpretes contratados para el evento de esta noche. Para poder accesar el icono de la interpretación, busquen el globo que aparece en la parte inferior derecha de sus pantallas y seleccionen español como su idioma de preferencia. De igual manera, aquellas personas que se estén conectando de un teléfono celular, de una tableta o de un iPad, busquen los tres puntos que aparecen en la parte superior derecha de la pantalla, seleccionen Language Interpretation o interpretación y español como su idioma de preferencia. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. The next interpreter may proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, distinguished members of the school committee. My name is Randolph Dominguez. I'm going to be your Spanish interpreter for today. Muy buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Randolph Domínguez. Voy a ser su intérprete simultáneo en conjunto con mi compañera Luz. Vamos a estar haciendo esta interpretación vía simultánea. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, buenas tardes. Estaré interpretando con Randolph y haremos la interpretación simultánea. Thank you very much and have a great meeting.
Thank you. Will our Haitian Creole interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Haitian Creole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sergio Saint-Hilaire, Haitian Creole interpreter. C'est un plaisir encore nous gain pour nous avoir après-midi pour nous interpréter pour tout ça gain pour dire, pas hésiter pour dire. C'est moi-même avec Nadège qui a fait assurer interprétation et que m'a commencé et puis Nadège apprend à 7h30, l'a fini à 10h et puis m'a tourné encore. Et si vous avez besoin d'entrer dans la conversation, ou à cliquer en bas écran là, ou à capable de joindre toute information qu'on a besoin pour entrer. Pas hésiter pour dire tout ce qu'on a besoin de dire. Nous remercions, nous disons bonne écoute. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Do we have
Good
a
evening,
second?
everyone. Good
okay.
evening, Madam Chair. Bonsoir tout le monde. Nom c'est Nadège. Moi, c'est un créole haïtien interprète. Moi, après interpréter pour nous avec Sergio. C'est un réel plaisir pour moi là encore à ce moment. Donc, si nous avons des questions, pas oublier de faire connaître. Donc, je commence à interpréter à partir de 7h30 pour 9h. Donc, tant pis, envoyez message dans le chat là si nous avons des questions. Merci.
Thank you. Will our Cabo Verdeano interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Cabo Verdeano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Boa tarde, meu nome é Josiane, sabem ser um dos intérpretes ali, juntamente com o Armando, para nós ter acesso à interpretação simultânea. Logo que fica disponível, nós clica no 3 pontinhos e seleciona interpretação e Cabo Verdeano. Obrigada e boa noite. Thank you.
Evening, everyone. My name is Armando Monteiro. I'm going to be the Cape Verdean interpreter. Boa noite a todos. Meu nome é Armando Monteiro. Juntamente com Josiane, nós sabemos ser meus intérpretes de crioulo cabo-verdiano. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you. Will our Cantonese interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Cantonese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我係你今晚嘅廣東話同步翻譯員。咁咧見到個地球儀嘅時候咧，撳落去揀 Cantonese， 咁就會成功進入咗廣東話嘅翻譯頻道。如果用手機嘅話，記得撳我3個點，再撳更多選擇 Cantonese 廣東話，咁亦都會成功進入咗廣東話嘅翻譯頻道嘅喎。唔該晒。Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Terry. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter. 大家好，我係 Terry， 我係你哋廣東話翻譯。一陣咧，我哋喺屏幕下邊就會揀到嗰個廣東話嘅頻道。咁我哋喺個廣東話嘅頻道入邊見啦。多謝晒 ，Thank you.
Thank you. Will our Mandarin interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Mandarin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Wei. Tonight, Tina and I will be your Mandarin interpreters. 大家好，我是普通话翻译Wei。如果您今天需要普通话翻译的话呢，请你点击屏幕下方的地球仪，然后选择中文Mandarin 频道，然后就可以进去这个频道听我们翻译。如果您使用的是手机或者平板电脑请点击3个点，选择更多，然后进入这个频道听我们翻译。OK, Tina.
Thank you, Wei. I am Tina, Wei's partner. 大家好，我们一会儿见了。晚安。Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Will our Vietnamese interpreters please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Vietnamese?
Good evening. My name is Duyên, Vietnamese interpreter for the meeting tonight. Xin chào quý vị. Tôi sẽ là thông dịch người Việt liên tục cho quý vị cùng với lại Vi. Xin bấm vào quả cầu nếu mà anh chị có cần ngôn ngữ tiếng Việt. Và cảm ơn các anh chị. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vi. I will be your Vietnamese interpreter for tonight's meeting with Duyên. Xin chào quý vị, tôi tên là Vi. Tôi sẽ là thông dịch viên của quý vị buổi tối hôm nay với chuyện Duyên sẽ liên tục thông dịch cho quý vị. Xin cảm ơn nhiều. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for assisting us this evening. And thank you to all of the BPS staff behind the scenes who also provides support for our virtual meetings to run smoothly. We will now activate the interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you to everyone who signed up for public comment. Sign up for both public comment periods closed today at 4:30 p.m. Please make sure you are signed into Zoom under the name you used to sign up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. Thank you for your cooperation. I want to begin by welcoming back two of our members, Lorena Lapero and Rafaela Polanco Garcia, were reappointed by Mayor Wu yesterday. I want to thank Mayor Wu and the school committee nominating panel for recognizing their contributions over the past several months. I also want to thank Ms. Lapero and Ms. Polanco Garcia for their commitment to serving the students and families of the Boston Public Schools. We were thrilled to have you back. We'll now move on to the approval of minutes. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the November 17, 2021 school committee meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeArujo,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Abstain.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Dr. Brenda Cassellius.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for joining us tonight. I hope those who celebrate Thanksgiving had a wonderful holiday with family and friends. I want to acknowledge National Native American Heritage Day, which was this past Friday, November 26th, and just take a moment to reflect on and celebrate the contributions of Indigenous people in our country and in the Commonwealth. Being from Minnesota, a state of 11 sovereign tribal nations, I have been honored to have worked alongside so many tribal leaders within our Indigenous community, and I've just learned so much about their rich heritages, their cultures, and their languages. It's truly been a blessing to have been able to work so closely with our full community. I'll begin my report with some district highlights and then share a few updates. First, I also want to congratulate Ms. Lopera and Ms. Polanco Garcia for their reappointment to the school committee. I deeply appreciate your commitment to our students and our families and staff, and I'm eager to work alongside each of you as we continue to work through really important, complex issues while removing barriers to opportunity and getting at the heart of what is best for all of our BPS students. I've enjoyed getting to know each of you better personally, and I know that you'll bring your experience and your passion to these roles and continue to ask the hard but necessary questions as we hold ourselves accountable for better student outcomes. Welcome back, Ms. Lopera and Ms. Polanco Garcia. I know I mentioned this recently, but wanted to just take a minute to officially welcome Akita Narain Kapoor as our new Assistant Superintendent of Office of English Language Learners. She has officially started in her role and is meeting with the team and school administrators to develop a quick turnaround plan to ensure we fulfill our promise to our English learners and their families. As an English learner herself, Akita brings a depth of knowledge and experience to the role and specific lens to the reform work we know we need to complete. With Deputy Superintendent Dr. Drew Eckelson and his Deputy Chief Academic Officer, Farah Asiraj, Akita is working with me on a renewed vision for the office, one that is affirming of all cultural backgrounds and demonstrates respect for home languages, while also ensuring students are able to access instruction and support to develop their native language literacy, as well as learning English. Please enjoy this short video introducing Akita as the new lead of the OEL office. Oh, we can't hear it, I don't think.
No sound, yeah.
No sound, Mark. I think we're trying to figure out the sound here. Please, thank you for your patience. Should we move on, Mark? Or do we think we can? Okay, I think we'll move on. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Maybe it will be available at the end, but I want to just welcome again Akita to our team and look forward to working with her as we accomplish all of the goals that we've set out for our English language learners and their families. I was also excited to learn yesterday that the English high school football coach, Brian Conway, has been named the High School Coach of the Week by the New England Patriots. Coach Ryan and the English High Eagles defeated Boston Latin School Wolfpack 66-42 at their annual Thanksgiving Day game last week. The English and Boston Latin School hold the record for the oldest continuous public high school football rivalry in the United States, dating back to 1887. The Patriots presented a $1,000 check to English High yesterday to celebrate Coach Conway. The check presentation will be featured on the Patriots weekly television show, Patriots All Access, which airs on Friday night at 7 p.m. on WBZ TV. Congratulations to Coach Conway and the entire English community for this great accomplishment. And thank you to the Patriots for this honor. It is especially great as the English High School also celebrated its 200th anniversary this year. And sorry to our Boston Latin School alums on the school committee and in the audience, but I know you will join me in congratulating the students and coaches on both sides for a great game. We remain focused on addressing the staffing shortages in our schools across the district. We held a recruitment fair at the Bowling Building with more than 40 attendees who came out on Saturday, November 20th, to learn more about open positions at BPS. The fair was part of a partnership with our Boston Interfaith community, who have been promoting our vacancies within their communities. We are planning additional events over the coming weeks to serve as one-stop recruitment opportunities where those interested in working for BPS can learn more about open positions, the application process, and share contact information for follow-up. These recruitment fairs are a part of our larger strategy to streamline the application process and remove barriers for interested members of the community to join Team BPS. Filling these positions remains a top priority, and I've asked my team to continue to identify opportunities to continue to fill back all of our staffing shortfalls. We have created a new website, bostonpublicschools.org/jobs, that will direct interested visitors to our page for open positions. We'll continue to update this site as we make improvements to our hiring system. Additionally, we are hosting another recruitment fair next Tuesday, December 7th, from 5 to 7 at the Bowling Building in Roxbury. Please spread the word that BPS is hiring. We look forward to meeting all of our potential candidates at the recruitment fair next week. I wanted to also provide a quick update on our Acceleration Academies because they're coming up. This program is an effort spearheaded by the Office of Academics to offer academic support and fun enrichment while addressing the unfinished lessons and learning that students have had that students still need to complete from the previous school term during the February and April vacations. The academies will have an explicit focus on multilingual learners and without multilingual learners with and without disabilities and students with disabilities. Students will receive access to high quality core instruction, one-on-one tutoring support, experience dedicated time for reading and mathematics, and learn and practice organization and presentation skills while engaging in grade level complex text. The academics team recently sent acceptance letters to schools that will hold these academic acceleration academies during the upcoming February and April breaks, and 62 schools are going to participate. Students will address an overarching essential question during each academy session to expand their critical thinking skills and to encourage their leadership capacity. We will soon announce information sessions about these acceleration academies for families. Just a quick update on ESSER. We are finalizing the review of all school and department applications for ESSER 3 funding so that we can submit our funding application to DESE for final investments and make any amendments necessary, which we are planning to complete by the end of this calendar year. As a reminder, we've already provided funding to schools through ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. ESSER 1 funds included more than $32 million to support returning to school, focusing on health and safety, including purchasing of air purifiers, expanding access to food for students during the remote learning period, implementing expanded summer learning opportunities and special education assessments and compensatory services. ESSER 2 included $62 million directly to schools, plus another $62 million in funding for programming to students to support with their disabilities and English learners, strengthening the instructional core, expanding community engagement, and investing in accountability, implementation, and risk management. The ESSER Commission is slated to reconvene early in 2022 to discuss the ESSER 3 application, which will be shared with the Commission members ahead of this meeting for review and consideration. I'll keep you abreast of the official meeting date and the next meeting. It's still school choice season for the 22-23 school year, and we encourage all families that are in the final grade of their current school or who plan to register for BPS to research their school options in preparation for registration, which opens on January 5 for grades K0, K1, 6, 7, and 9. Registration for students in K2 and all other grades begins on February 7th. At this time, all BPS schools are holding their school preview times or virtual information sessions for prospective families to learn more about each school, to meet their school leaders and educators and ask any questions that they may have. For a list of school preview dates, times, as well as info sessions at each school, you can visit bostonpublicschools.org/school preview. And there you'll find an interest form in 10 different languages to fill out. We also encourage you to visit Discover BPS, our school search engine, at discover.bostonpublicschools.org. Families will get a better understanding of which schools their child is eligible to attend. It is also a great resource for additional information about all BPS schools. For additional information and future updates throughout the school choice season, please visit bostonpublicschools.org/registration. I wanted to give an update about Build PPS and the 3 K-5 schools that were being impacted by the proposed closures of the Timothy, the Jackson Man, and the Irving School. And I wanted to be able to share with you today that I shared with families this morning that we are committing to a 6th grade for each of these schools beginning next year. We've had a lot of discussion across over the past month or so with families and community at all of these 3 schools, and have been touring facilities and reviewing different options with these families. While we are affirming that we will have 6th grade at each school next year, there's still some community conversations that we still need to have and additional work that needs to be done in collaboration with our external partners, where some of those solutions may rest, and other school communities to determine the exact plan for each individual school. During our next school committee meeting on December 15th, I will present more details and the proposed solutions for these 3 schools. Please note, we will be hosting meetings over the next 2 weeks with the Mendel, the Sumner, and the Blackstone school communities to discuss the option or options we are reviewing. While I'm very happy to make this commitment tonight, it is important for us to reflect on how we arrived at these decisions and to continue to imagine ways in which to cultivate trust with our families. I recognize that this has been a distressing time and has added more uncertainty after 2 tumultuous years of the pandemic, and to remind everyone that it has long been a plan to add 6 grades to these schools. That was never in question. It's more a question of timing. I want to thank the school leaders of each of these schools, Principal Bott, Principal Daniels, and Principal Welch, and the families who worked really tirelessly alongside my team to find creative solutions. I want to thank them for their patience and their tenacity in finding these solutions. I'd be remiss not to acknowledge some of the challenges we have incurred as we've moved toward implementing grade 6 within these school communities. In our initial assessment, we realized that there are significant space challenges, which have not made this process as seamless as we'd hoped. It was determined that the traditional ways to add space to a school just weren't possible. And in response, we've taken time to go over even more options these past several weeks while reaching out to numerous folks and exploring all the ideas and potential space, and involving families and staff in multiple walkthroughs and potential options. As I said back in October, I will welcome any creative solution if it had existed, and they did. And so I'm very happy to report that 6th grade is coming back to the Mendel, the Blackstone, and Sumner schools, and I look forward to continued engagement with families and staff over the next 2 weeks as we finalize these options. As you know, COVID is on the rise in our community, and we are taking additional steps to ensure that our community is safe and healthy. And we continue to evolve our guidance to schools as we align to the health and safety testing and vaccine guidance and updates from the CDC and updates from DESE and the Department of Health and Boston Health Commission, so that we're making sure that we're following all updates. More importantly, we have a very close and regular relationship and collaboration with the Boston Health Commission and have relied heavily on their guidance before and since the beginning of school year. We have over the last weeks been meeting on a daily basis to discuss specific school positive cases and data, and discuss our mitigation and strategy and next steps for each and every school. We have learned a lot since our initial implementation of DESE provided testing resources, protocols, and guidance at all of our schools, both large and small. Our deep planning over the summer with the Boston Health Commission provided a solid foundation for our students' safe return to in-person learning this fall. And we've also experienced significant challenges with our partners on pool testing, where the needs we have are not being met based on the expectations provided to us over the summer. To effectively address these issues, we are rolling out in the next 2 weeks an updated framework, including immediate additional investments from BPS to scale up solutions in testing, information sharing with staff and families, and the formation of a COVID-19 dedicated response team at the district level. We are excited to begin expanding this team and our district-wide COVID capacity work with the announcement of Dr. Saramar Margarita Sanchez. She's the Director of Infectious Disease Bureau at the Boston Public Health Commission, and Omar Bukhali, who is a Senior Advisor of COVID-19 and Strategic Initiatives for the City of Boston. Sari and Omar are going to be wonderful working with us day to day in the COVID response and making sure that we have the right capacity and the right and necessary tools to deal with the day-to-day COVID incidences within our school. We continue to work with Boston Health Commission to ensure that our students and families are safe, that they're informed, and they have easy access to COVID-19 vaccines. BPS continues to host vaccine clinics for students, family, and staff age 5+ throughout our schools and really through the entire city of Boston. Additional information around dates and locations can be found on our website at bostonpublicsschools.org/vaccines or on the district calendar at bostonpublicsschools.org/calendar. We all know that getting vaccinated is a very important part in continuing to keep ourselves, our families, and our entire BPS and Boston community healthy and safe. If you haven't yet received your vaccine, we have a clinic scheduled for tomorrow, December 2nd, at the Mission Hill High School for students and families age 5+. Again, all of this information and more upcoming clinics can be found on our website at bostonpublicsschools.org/vaccines. As a reminder, please be sure you are also completing your home health checklist and that you do not send children to school who are sick. I can't stress enough how important it is that we all do our part and stay home if we are not feeling well, and then we go get tested. Lastly, we're also planning a BPS Family Fun Day in the new year that will also include vaccine distribution for those who are interested in receiving one. As you know, I announced that a transportation working group would be created to tackle the many challenges with our transportation services. I've delayed this working group this fall because of the mayoral transition and the impeding contract extension negotiations that just happened with the bus drivers as the mayor was just taking office. I look forward to starting this work in the new year and reviewing the recommendations of our consultant that identified several very difficult barriers such as start times, tiered busing, charter and private school service, the assignment system, traffic systems and routing, and the driver and bus monitor contracts. All of these play into our on-time performance, and none of them have easy answers. But I'm committed to taking these conversations on with our community transparently so that we can get to the root of the problem once and for all. I also want to let you know that we continue to experience driver shortages, which in turn continues to affect our service. It is very frustrating, and as soon as we hire drivers, we lose others. We know this is a huge burden on our families, and we are working continuously with our contractor to fill these positions. And I want to thank our families for their patience. At the last school meeting, I updated the community on our October report to the Department of Justice, which focuses on the services and opportunities provided to our multilingual learners. The sobering report suggested that far too many of our multilingual learners were not receiving the appropriate services they were required and entitled to receive. I also communicated our commitment to doing far better, and that without making any excuses for our failure, that we had far more entry to do from our September data run. The Office of English Learners and our school leaders have worked tirelessly on this data over October and November and have made excellent progress on their reporting. We look forward to submitting our December report to the Department of Justice on this Friday, and I'm confident that this updated report will demonstrate that our multilingual learners are in fact receiving the services to which they are entitled. And this report will reflect the hard work and dedication of our educators, our school leaders, and their families. I wanted to share a brief data overview of the progress we are seeing thus far, including 87% of our EL students are receiving the appropriate number of minutes compared to 61% in October. 85% of our EL students are receiving the appropriate type of instruction compared to 68% in October. 90% of our EL students have the appropriately credentialed educator compared to 68% in October. And 81% of our EL students are in classrooms with the appropriate grouping compared to 41% in October. This data run is from about a week ago. And as we finalize a report for Friday, we expect these percentages will continue to improve. Even though we have made tremendous progress, we will not be satisfied until we are sure every single student is being served with the appropriate level of services. I look forward to updating the community formally on December 15th after we have submitted this report to the Department of Justice and our EL task force. Lastly, before I end my superintendent's report for the evening, I want to wish those who celebrate a very happy Hanukkah, which began this past Sunday, November 29th, and ends on December 6th this year. I, on behalf of all BPS, wish you a joyous 8-day festival and a lifetime of lights. I hope you spend this time with family, friends, and loved ones. Hag Samesh and happy holidays. We will now attempt to replay the video announcing Akita Narain Kapoor as Assistant Superintendent of Office of English Learners. Oh no, we can't hear it again.
I'm honored to be the Assistant Superintendent of the Bilingual English Learners with and without disabilities in Boston Public Schools. No podría sentirme más honorada por ser la nueva superintendente asistente de los estudiantes bilingües de inglés en las escuelas públicas de Boston. बहुत विनम्र महसूस कर रही हूँ कि मुझे Boston Public Schools के Assistant Superintendent के रूप में सम्मानित किया गया है. My personal story as a multilingual learner speaking Hindi, Spanish, and English, and my work with bilingual students has solidified my belief in native language instruction and has allowed me to become an advocate for social, racial, cultural, and linguistic equity for our multilingual families. Being able to comprehend, speak, read, and write in 2 or more languages is an asset. It is time for Boston Public Schools to increase our additive models to language learning. This means the home language of our students is an asset and should not be subtracted. Native language instruction is the foundation for additional language acquisition, and its incorporation into the classroom will only benefit learning across the curriculum. I have worked over 15 years in Boston Public Schools as a bilingual educator, ESL teacher, SEI teacher, language coach, school leader, and now the cultivator of bilingual and ESL teachers. Hundreds of novice and experienced teachers of diverse racial and linguistic backgrounds have been licensed as part of the Office of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity programs. As the district begins to increase access to native language instruction, a key lever to meet this goal will be to continue to recruit, cultivate, and retain educators who represent the racial, cultural, and linguistic diversity of our students. I look forward to our partnership and to expanding this work with you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent, for that report. I'll now open it up to questions and discussions from the committee. I'd like to remind my colleagues about our agreed upon norm that we each have 5 minutes. That's 1 to 2 questions. I'd like to remind BPS staff to also be brief with your responses. If you have additional questions, I'll come back to you. So please raise your hands if you have something. Thank you. We'll start with Dr. Coleman.
Great. Thank you very much for your report, Dr. Casalius. I want to lift up the degree to which you listen to families in crisis and try to find a solution to a very difficult situation. No, there's no perfect solutions, but the fact that you let us, kept us engaged, I think is very, very critical to our future, and hopefully people can begin to trust that more and work for that more. The one question I have of the whole report and talking about the transportation, I want to understand when you say you're also going to be talking about the assignment process under the conversation about transportation. I'm interested in what you mean by that, because there are a lot of complex issues related to assignment that may be independent of how kids get from one building to another. So how do you put those together? I'm just interested in your thinking.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. I think that when I first came on board, there, obviously transportation was experiencing a lot of operational issues. They've made a ton of improvement in the operational issues, the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. The recommendations that the expert came, Dell and her team have done an amazing job of getting the operational issues kind of put together with her team and with TransDev and holding them accountable, which we hadn't ever done before, to performance measures. But what is still needed are the really more difficult pieces for hitting really high measures of dependability. And that's some of the measures within the contract, contracting of the bus monitor contract, the driver contract, and issues of start times, which have been difficult issues for the community, and issues of assignment, meaning we bus students all over the city, which it can complicate routing. And so I think, that has to be looked at, the way that we assign special education students and students who need EL services. I think that needs to be examined. So there's a number of challenges, and it might be that those solutions are just too weedy to deal with in the first year. But I think it's important to be transparent with the public about all of these pieces that go into why the transportation is so complex and challenging in Boston.
So would it be fair to suggest that the data as you see it meant that the attempts of our current assignment, our K-8 assignment process of trying to increase, have more kids closer to home has not worked out, and that how we're doing it has not provided that? It was supposed to be increase equity and provide opportunities to high quality school closer to home. Those are the two goals of that assignment system. Doesn't sound like we've reached that goal of not busing kids all over, and that we don't have getting kids closer to home in a high quality school is not working out in our current system.
When I talk to families, Dr. Coleman, many of them say that the assignment system isn't working for them. And this is true of our students, families with disabilities, who say that they don't have as many options as other families have. Families who speak other languages, they have programs at certain schools and not others. And so I think that those are, bigger issues that need to be discussed. I do think that there's a desire for high quality schools in every neighborhood, but I think that we have to get toward, providing a quality guarantee to all of our parents and families in terms of what is accessible and how we provide inclusive environments within all of our schools across Boston.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Polanco Garcia.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Y gracias a la superintendente, doctora Brenda Caselio, por su reporte.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Brenda Casalius, for her report.
Para mí es un gran honor estar aquí con ustedes. Me siento honrada y muy agradecida de que se haya sido nuevamente designada para la posición de miembro del Comité de las Escuelas Públicas.
I am very honored, very grateful to be nominated again as a member of the school committee of the Boston Public Schools.
Cuando surgió la situación de que no iban a extender el sexto grado a las 3 escuelas, Sumner, Mendel y Blaston, hubo una gran preocupación de los padres de estas 3 escuelas.
There's a significant concern on the parent side when the determination of not extending the 6th grade as it is particular to the 3 different schools, the Sumner, the Mendel, and the Blackstone. There was a big concern on the parent side.
Sin embargo, quiero dar un reconocimiento al equipo de la superintendente. El equipo inmediatamente escuchó el llamado y el equipo que trabaja con la superintendente se puso en contacto. Crearon una comisión integrada por padres, líderes de la escuela, maestros y sociedad y la comunidad.
I would like to praise and commend the active work that the superintendent put in place. Actually, a commission was put in place. It was a commission in which the parents or a leading group of parents interacted them as well. And I would like to appreciate that team effort that the superintendent put at stake in work for this particular purpose.
Esto para los padres, sobre todo yo que tengo el contacto como mi full-time job, soy organizadora de padres. Esto creó para los padres una puerta. Los padres han podido ver que estamos viendo una superintendente, un equipo que están escuchando.
I am a full-time parent and organizer as well. So this provided a window of opportunity by which the community is seeing what the superintendent is doing in that regard and her team. And I do appreciate this very much.
Que verdaderamente están escuchando las voces de los padres. También quiero apreciar que el señor de Araujo hizo también algunas llamadas y dio luces donde decían algunos espacios que tenía la Blaston para poder tener en un 6º grado. Gracias por tu preocupación. La escuela Blaston es una escuela que me toca mucho a mí.
I do appreciate this very much, the fact that the voices of the parents are being heard. I do appreciate very much the fact that Mr. Araujo himself placed a couple of different phone calls with regards to the lights that were put in place at the Blackstone School, to give one example. And that Blackstone School is in particular a school that I deal with personally.
Entonces, los padres están muy agradecidos, muy emocionados de poder recibir esta mañana esa noticia de la superintendente. Recibí muchas llamadas donde los padres se notaban muy emocionados. Muchísimas gracias.
So the parents are very excited. The parents are very happy. I did receive multiple calls from which I am very grateful. Thank you very much for that.
Mr. De Araujo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, for your report. I also wanted to join in welcoming Akita as co-chair of the EL Task Force. Very much look forward to working with her as part of the team. And I thank you, Superintendent, also for highlighting kind of where we are right now with respect to the Department of Justice. The data you shared, I think that's something I think we could bring hopefully more regularly to school committee to see kind of how, and then also I think we'll have a discussion on as to what's the data that we think can best reflect how we're doing as a district with our EL and EL with disability students. So thank you for highlighting that. I also had a question on transportation, and actually separate from our responsibilities as a district with respect to the MBTA. So I've heard a lot from families who their children are late because of buses that aren't going their routes, buses that are don't show up or are late. And wanted to see what role does a district play in advocacy around the MBTA. And I say that as a BPS student, 6 years I took MBTA bus. Yes. And so yeah, I want to get a sense on that. I did actually, I have some friends at the MBTA, so I did ask them, and I think they've said kind of the same challenges that we're facing in terms of staffing and so forth, but I hope that we can help them as they plan out their routes and their staffing to emphasize the particular routes that really service our kids in our school. So I just wanted to note that. And there's one final comment on the work with us. I think it's great to see kind of all the outreach and how important that is. And I wanted to say just generally, if we are, and I know the school committee's role in the collective bargaining and so forth, but if you're able to, if you have all the tools you need to create the best work environment for our staff, and especially incorporating, I know as I'm an executive of, we have about 1,500 employees, and everyone wants, remote work and all the different features that come with it. We're seeing that, even as, wherever we are in the pandemic, I think it's something that's going to be here to stay. So wanted to just get a sense of your thinking on, do you have all the tools and the framework you need to make working at BPS the best it can be for all staff? So I'll leave those there. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. And, transportation, and then I'll get to the staffing comment, is quite a challenge right now. And it is for MBTA, it is for our suppliers. It is just the whole trucking industry, is all clamoring for more drivers. And as soon as TransDev hires more, we lose some to retirement or other reasons. They go somewhere else, a higher paying job, because it's highly competitive out there. And so people are changing wages even. So I think that some of the things that I'd like to discuss with my team and I have brought up that we need to explore is, just about wages, and is there something we could do temporarily? I've also wanted to explore residency requirements, which tends to also be a barrier for us to be able to recruit, because some of our hourly employees are still required to have residency, and it's very expensive to live in Boston on some of the wages that we have. So I think that is a real barrier. And I think there's also, as I stated in my comments, on our side, just our Office of Human Capital, they work really hard, but there's sometimes ways in which we can work smarter to get folks onboarded quicker. And so we've been looking at all of those processes, like the new website. Can we have a one-stop kind of shop? Can we do our own fingerprinting here? Because that takes time. Are there things that we can do around hiring bonuses, or even the flexible work policy is something that we have been working with the city on for some of our employees, because we have seen some of our employees leave for higher wage jobs and jobs that do give them this flexible work. So that's something that we are working on and hoping to be able to do fairly quickly here around flexible work policy, and as one of the barriers that we could remove and make it better to work in BPS.
Great, thank you. And let us know how we can advocate on our side for that in particular. So thank you.
We'll make sure you get all the postings.
Ms. LaPera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just happy to be with you all. So thank you for the warm re-welcome. A couple of pieces. Member Derujo, I totally feel you having your child just wanting to be a part of the meeting. I think my own have figured out they can ask any question when I'm on Zoom and the answer is going to be yes. So it might be a tactic. But on a more serious note, thank you, Superintendent, for the report. I do have some questions around the acceleration academies. I know that you mentioned that 62 schools will be participating, and I was just curious to understand how those schools were determined, whether there was an application process or how that was figured out, and related to that, what the staffing will look like for those acceleration academies, as well as what transportation will look like for those opportunities.
Great. I'm going to call on Dr. Eccleston and see if he can answer some of those questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully I can answer them all. All schools were encouraged to fill out an application to participate in Acceleration Academy. All schools who applied were approved to offer a program. We have asked schools to be able to provide full day programming. So a sort of full academic day will include lunch, healthy meals, transportation to and from the school. And if schools needed support from a partner to provide extended time after the school day for families, that the central office would support those schools in doing that. So 62 of those schools applied for an Acceleration Academy. The essential question for the February vacation is how to make Boston a healthier, more vibrant city for all citizens in the city. And students will be put in simulation where they are on Mayor Wu's cabinet, and they'll be making policy recommendations to Mayor Wu, reading materials, complex grade level text for their specific grade levels, and working through to make policy recommendations on topics like in grade 4, they'll focus on monuments in Massachusetts and who we honor and who we don't honor, and make recommendations around maybe monument changes in the city of Boston. Grades 10 will focus on housing insecurity in the city and make policy recommendations on issues related to mass and CAS, for example. And so those units are being built out. The central office and my colleagues in academics have developed or are developing curriculum to support our educators to be able to implement complex grade level text. The standards for the Acceleration Academy in February will focus on reading informational text, standards R1 to R3, which is really about key ideas and details and comprehension. So I think that's most of the questions, but feel free to ask any follow-up.
No, that's great. Thank you so much for that. That's really helpful. I think the only couple pieces that I'd still like more information on is when we're thinking about those Acceleration Academies, within those schools, will it be open to all grade levels, or are we targeting specific grades? I'm trying to figure out if all students within those school communities will have an opportunity to participate, or whether specific families will have to look for alternative opportunities.
Yeah, so we are offering Acceleration Academies formally for grades 3 to 10. However, we have received a request from school leaders about could I also include K2 to grade 2, and we've said yes, for sure, and we'll work with you and provide funding if your schools are interested in doing that. We've had other schools, some of the high schools, heads of schools, or for example, are like, could we run a program for our seniors that focus explicitly on college applications? We're like, great, yes, we can do that. So in addition to the 62 schools we participating, we also have some other innovative programming that our school leaders have asked for, and we'll be happy to partner with any other schools on these issues. We each site will have a site coordinator, and we'll be coordinating an initial meeting with them in the coming week, and be offering these same opportunities to other schools if they're interested. And the staffing, you asked a question about staffing. We're compensating educators for the week at $3,500 for this week of instruction. And we wanted to make sure that they were compensated fairly and appropriately given the sort of context, and those individual decisions are made at the school level, but there's an open posting for anyone in the district who's interested in participating. So it doesn't just have to be educators from that specific school who help support those classrooms.
That's great. Thank you so much for those details. And it looks like I'm out of time. Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. O'Neill?
I simply want to say two things very quickly. First of all, Superintendent, thank you for listening to the communities and the work you and your team did regarding adding a 6th grade at this 3 schools. I know, as you said, it was always the intention to do so, but thinking creatively out of box with the parents and the school communities and making it work sooner is much appreciated. And I want to echo my colleagues who have welcomed back Ms. LaPera and Ms. Polanco Garcia. A wise choice by Mayor Janey to begin with, and a wise choice by Mayor Wu to reappoint you. So welcome back. You've been a great addition to the committee so far. We're already learning from both of you, and I'm sure it's going to continue and accelerate. So welcome.
Thank you. Does anyone else have additional questions? Ms. LaPera, did you have another question?
Saw my hand shot up really quickly. Yes, I do have one more question. I know that the acceleration pieces, I'm sure, are being made possible because of some of the ESSER funding. which led me to think about, I know we were also designating specific ESSER dollars to school communities directly. And so would be interested in understanding what the status of that is. If school communities have already been receiving those funds or where we are with that.
I don't have a full update for the school committee tonight on ESSER, but I will have that for you. We are just about at 99 schools that have finalized their ESSER plans, if my memory suits me. And, you know, there are some of them already applied early to the early date, and then some of them waited to have their equity roundtable meetings and to, you know, do the due diligence at their schools for how they wanted to spend that funding. And so we anticipate that that funding is going to be going out to all schools over the next several weeks.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, a warm welcome to my colleagues. So glad that you're back. Superintendent, well, I guess it's for you and for Dr. Eggleston. I had an additional question about the Acceleration Academies. So with 62 schools, that's about 50% of our schools. So my question, in those who chose, were there schools that did not choose that should have or needed to have one because of what's going on within their school? And was there encouragement to do so? And secondly, what about students at those other 62 schools who may have the need of the activity of the Acceleration Academy? Is there an opportunity for students to self-select and be able to attend an academy even if it's not at their own school?
Dr. Eggleston, are you able to answer that question as well?
Yeah, sorry, it takes me a second to find my button sometimes. Yeah, thank you for that really important question. If I don't get all parts of it, just feel free to follow up. Yes, I'm concerned, honestly, that not all 100% of schools took advantage of this opportunity. We certainly were encouraging it. We sent multiple communications about this. We had school leader calls about this. I continue to update the school superintendents as applications were coming in from each individual school. So yes, you know, we'll continue to have conversations with school leaders and make decisions. You know, up until this week, we continue to accept applications and support people who want to make this opportunity happen. Some folks, some school leaders are thinking about different ways of doing this, right? So, and we're open to that. And so we are not going to do this over February vacation, but we are going to do this over Saturdays, or we are going to have these other options after school. And so we're, in addition to these Acceleration Academies, working with schools to find some of these creative solutions. Other schools, to the point, the question that was just posed around ESSER investments, are using things like, you know, reading interventionists and other sort of tutoring supports to students to also provide additional supports to students to support any learning loss. So those are some of the ways that we're trying to accommodate, and I'll just continue to be as supportive to our school leaders and try to continue to encourage folks who are interested in participating in February and/or April to continue to do so, or to work with us to find creative options that meet their community needs.
So the other part of my question was about students who attend those schools. Is it possible for them to register for academies at schools that do have them, or are the academies limited to the students of a particular school?
Right now, the way that we've conceptualized it is the academies would be dedicated to the students who attend that specific school, in part because of transportation that we're trying to provide. But I am open to thinking about that. And so just before I commit to that or make a comment on that, I just want to do some thinking with my team to figure out if there's a solution there that might potentially work. And if there is, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, I do think that some of the schools might be early childhood centers that we have, or alternative schools where they already do a similar type of independent study with students as well. So we have a number of those schools that may be listed in that overall look at the 62% as well.
Right. No, my concern is that, you know, yes, that week of school equals childcare and coverage for families. And so my question is, if that opportunity is unavailable to them, how are we circling back to make sure children are engaged in safe, activity during that week if being in school is not an option? Particularly, thank you for the opportunity that these will be full day programs so that it really will serve well the needs, plus you're offering transportation.
Yeah,
So-
we heard loud and clear from our families this past summer that, half-day programs are hard for them and they really do need the full-day programs and they need transportation. So we're working that into our acceleration academies and also planning and working that into our summer school options. There may be a time actually where we want to think about year-round school at some point, right?
Right, it's what families need. Yes. One other quick question around the COVID monitoring, et cetera. I was happy to hear that you said that we will have more supports around that. Are we doing any work around having schools share their own best practices with like-sized schools? I know that we've heard from a number of, professional doctors and nurses, et cetera, that are part of our school families who've been offering suggestions, and just wondering how we are taking in all of those offers for support and how are we getting those out to schools or what they are, sharing with one another.
We have several vehicles for sharing information. One, our operational leaders, meet regularly and share information with each other. And also our principals meet in principals cabinet and provide feedback to us on a number of policy initiatives and health and safety and staffing initiatives, and tell us where they're experiencing barriers or challenges. And so we get feedback that way. And then they also share best practices with one another in professional development and other ways. So we do have vehicles for communication with our school leaders and also our operational leaders. And then our school superintendents provide feedback, and in their regional meetings, they share best practices in those regional meetings as well, that then gets lifted up. And then now we have this stat team, where we meet every evening with the Boston Health Commission and look at our daily numbers, make decisions, work together, on time kind of dynamic decision-making. And then that gets communicated out to school leaders and then our nursing team and BPHC. And I think that this is a much better cadence now that we're in. I mean, this thing just continues to change. We continue to learn as we grow, and we take in all the information that we can and continue to do better.
Thank you. Before we move on, does anyone have any additional questions? I want to welcome Ms. Mercer. And to that end, Superintendent, I know you didn't include it in your report. Do you want to give us an update on what's happening at the Henderson, particularly as some of the safety issues are being looked at? Do you have anything to share?
Sure. So safety is another area that we are starting a stat meeting on weekly with our operational leaders and our school principals, looking at where we are seeing behavior incidents across the district and making sure that we're providing the right kind of support and that we're providing equitable support to our schools when they need additional support. As for the Henderson, Principal Lampron continues to recover. I'm very grateful to Eugene Roundtree, who has been at the school every day in her absence, really leading alongside the incredible team there of educators and administrators. And they have been moving along. They've been also meeting with the students. I had a wonderful meeting with the student union there as well, and putting in place different procedures and trying to build school culture and work with better communication with the parents and families. They have met with the families a number of times, answered their questions and taken their suggestions. And I know that BPHC has also worked with us with the students at playtime and other counseling services and support services to the school. I don't know if Ms. Mercer would like to give a firsthand accounting of what she's been experiencing the past couple weeks in terms of support.
So our teachers and admin have always been kind of the backbone of the support at the school, and it's become even more stronger. We've been having, everything has pretty much returned back to normal. We've been having our after school activities starting back up. We are kind of just falling back into our routine, especially after a break, and we're leading into another break. Our students are just trying to, especially as seniors, trying to prepare for the upcoming deadlines and just trying to mellow out, I guess, and just trying to make sure that we're on track to graduate.
Great. Thank you.
There's a lot of school pride at the Henderson, and so they've been really working as a community. I see Ms. Coakley Grice put her camera on. I don't know if she has anything to add from the safety side.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Very good to see you all. And just to give some logistics on the BPD side, we've been in deep conversations with them and communications with them on the logistical side related to possible criminal charges. And so those things are also being worked out. We're also working in collaboration with community partners to support not just the school, but the community, the family involved in the situation. So there's been a number of different partners that have weighed in on them and showed some support as well. So it's definitely a wraparound service, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad to hear that the climate there is definitely improving, and that's what we worked toward continuing.
Great. Thank you so much for your report. If there's no further discussion, I'll now entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report. The motion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank
Second.
you. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeRusso,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The report is approved unanimously.
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We'll now move on to general public comment.
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 25 speakers this evening. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you are from before you begin. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Please make sure you're signed into Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comment. That will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. We'll begin this evening with Boston City Councilor Ricardo Arroyo, followed by Orion Gomez. Counselor Arroyo or your staff person, can you please accept being promoted to panelist to testify and unmute? Okay, we can come back to the counselor. And let's move on to Orion Gomez. Mr. Frias, is the counselor with you?
Okay.
Let's move on to our interpretation portion of the meeting. I will now invite our interpreters to offer support for our next set of speakers. I will now turn off the interpretation icon. Interpreters and the public will all be in the main room. Interpreters, please stop interpreting and mute yourself for this part of the testimony. School committee member Ms. Blanca Garcia will receive Spanish interpretation by phone if any testimony is presented in a language other than Spanish. Our next speaker is Maria Mejia.
Ms. Sullivan, I believe Ms. or Mr. Gomez is here.
Okay, Orion Gomez.
Yes.
Good evening. Well, you're on mute.
Do you guys want me to share now?
Yes, it's your turn to speak.
Okay. Hi, my name is Orion Gomez. I am in 11th grade at Fenway High School. I live in Mattapian. I am a youth committee organizer at Socio Latina. I am here to push for a Socio Latina long-standing campaign for more Latino teachers and fully funding ethnic studies in Boston Public Schools. We want to see more teachers of color in BPS. Our teachers should reflect the race and ethnicity of the students in the classroom. Latino students make up the majority of the students in BPS, and we deserve to be represented into the staff, teachers, and leadership in Boston Public Schools. Currently, the 2020 BPS at a glance report states Latino and Hispanic teachers make up just 10.7% of the teachers in the district. While Latino students make up 43% of all youth in BPS, we need to establish programs and opportunities for more Latino teachers in the district. We need to train our current BPS youth to become the next generation of teachers in our schools. We also deserve to be represented in our curriculum. We are asking you once again to fully fund a ethnic studies program across all Boston Public Schools. We need to do better and provide this opportunity for all of our students to learn about their own history and culture. We are happy that an ethnic studies coordinator was hired to train teachers on a 9th grade ethnic studies curriculum. However, we need to expand on the intro to ethnic studies curriculum, which has been taught at only 5 to 6 high schools in Boston. We need to make this a priority now. Every school in Boston, we need to make this a priority now. Every school in BPS should have qualified teachers who are trained to teach ethnic studies. On top of that, we should be providing opportunities for Latino studies, Black studies, Asian American studies, and Indigenous studies as well. To conclude, Socio Latina youth organizers are asking for the following changes to be made in BPS. Every school in BPS should have qualified teachers who are trained to teach ethnic studies. Our should reflect the race and ethnic studies of the students in the classroom. Lastly, all public schools in Boston should partner with community-based organizations like Social Latina and other colleges and institutions to teach ethnic studies at their schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll now turn off the interpretation icon and invite all of our interpreters to join the main channel. Our next speaker is Maria Mejia.
Maria Mejia.
Buenas noches, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, le escuchamos.
Ok, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Mejía, vivo en la comunidad de Roseberry y tengo un niño en la Blackstone.
Good evening. My name is Maria Mejia. I live in the community of Roxbury and I have a child at Blackstone.
Mi motivo de esta reunión de esta noche.
Continúe.
Ok, mi motivo de esta reunión esta noche es para dar gracias primero a Dios y luego al comité de las escuelas públicas de Boston.
So the reason for me being present tonight at this meeting is, first of all, to give thanks to God and to give thanks to the school committee.
Por la aprobación de la expansión del sexto grado. Como madre me... Ok, puede traducir.
For approving the 6th grade expansion.
Como madre me sentí preocupada por la situación. Pero hoy me siento agradecida y llena de satisfacción.
So as a parent, I was very concerned with the situation, but today I feel joy.
Al saber que hemos sido escuchados y que este comité se conduele de nuestros problemas.
And very pleased that this committee has heard us and has taken care and have put attention to our problems.
Seguiremos de la mano trabajando por el bienestar de nuestros niños, de nuestras escuelas y la comunidad.
We will keep on working hand in hand for the best results for our students, our children, and our community.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you very much and have a good night.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Danilza Martinez.
Danilza Martinez.
Buena, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, le escucho.
Ok. Buenas noches a todos los del comité. Mi nombre es Danilza Martínez y vivo en Roseberry. Tengo una hija en 5º grado en la escuela Blackstone.
Good evening, members of the school committee. My name is Danilza Martinez and I have a daughter in 5th grade at the Blackstone School.
Ante todo, quiero agradecer por el apoyo brindado y el esfuerzo que dedicaron para la extensión que necesitábamos para nuestros hijos de 6º grado.
First and foremost, I would like to thank for all your efforts to hearing us because of the expansion that we needed for the extension of the 6th grade.
Gracias a cada uno de los colaboradores, gente solidaria que ha hecho esto posible.
Thanks to all people who have collaborated and all the people that have been in solidarity with us.
Me siento muy complacida de haber sido escuchada. Eso me llena de satisfacción saber que nuestras necesidades y la de nuestros hijos no van al vacío.
And I feel very happy and very pleased knowing that our voices have been heard and that there has been actions taken, and we know now that our voices are heard and are not being just going into the wind.
También es gratificante saber que mi hija no va a tener que optar por otra escuela en estos momentos.
It's also gratifying knowing that my daughter will not have to opt for another school at this time.
A la vez me siento emocionada con esta noticia.
At the same time, I feel very emotional with this news.
De verdad, muchas gracias. Que pasen buenas noches.
I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Gracias, thank you. Our next speaker is Doris Gonzalez.
Doris González.
Buenas noches, ¿me escucha?
Sí, la escuchamos.
Sí. Buenas noches, gracias por la oportunidad de poder ser escuchada el día de hoy.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity of being heard tonight.
Mi nombre es Doris González, vivo en Dorchester. Soy madre de 2 niños de la escuela Blaston.
My name is Doris Gonzalez. I live in Dorchester, and I am the parent of 2 children that goes to Blackstone School.
Hoy en la mañana recibí un mensaje donde decía que BPS había creado un plan para agregar el 6º grado a la escuela Mendel, la Sumner y la Blaston.
This morning, I received a message stating that BPS have put in place a plan to add a 6th grade to the Sumner, Blackstone, and Mendel School.
En nombre de los padres de la escuela Blaston, quiero darle las gracias a la superintendente Brenda Casilios y al comité escolar.
On the part of the school, we would like to thank Superintendent Brenda Casilios and the school committee.
Ya que regresa a mi familia la tranquilidad de que nuestros niños no pasarán por un trauma de transición más.
Because now it comes back to our family that our children are not going to go through a traumatic situation again.
Hoy los padres estamos esperanzados y motivados porque sabemos que nuestra voz ha sido escuchada.
Today, parents have hope, and we know that our voices have been heard.
Sabemos que podemos trabajar en unión con el comité escolar.
We know that now we can work with the school committee.
Quiero darle las gracias a nuestra alcaldesa Michelle Hu por reelegir a la señora Rafaela Polanco y la señora Lorena Lopera al comité escolar.
We would like to thank our mayor, Michelle Wu, in reappointing Mrs. Lopera and Mrs. Polanco to the school committee.
Gracias por tomar en cuenta la comunidad hispana.
Thank you for taking into consideration the Hispanic community.
Hoy no es noche de queja, hoy es noche de celebración. Muchas gracias.
Tonight is not a night for complaints. Tonight is a night of celebration. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Sugi Scannell.
Nuestra próxima persona en hablar es Suhey Scannell.
Buenas tardes a todos y todos los miembros del Comité de las Escuelas Públicas de Boston. Gracias por la oportunidad de expresarme y abogar por mi comunidad.
Good evening, every member of the school committee, and thank you for giving me the opportunity so I can advocate for my community.
Mi nombre es Suhey Scannell, vivo en Rosendale, soy madre de 3 niños, mi hija va a la escuela Hurley de BPS.
My name is Suhey Scannell. I am the mother of 3 children, and 3 children that go to the Mendel School.
No, Hurley.
To the Hurley School.
Sí. En la pasada reunión del comité, el día 17 de noviembre, abogué para que se tomara en cuenta la expansión del 6º grado de las escuelas Blaston, Mendel y Sumner.
In the last school committee meeting, I advocated for the expansion of the 6th grade for the schools Sumner, Blackstone, and Mendel.
Ya que representa una gran preocupación para muchas familias y problemas emocionales para una gran cantidad de niños.
Due to the fact that this represents a lot of concern and a lot of trauma for a lot of the students and parents in the community.
Gracias a Dios y gracias a que el distrito y el comité escolar y la doctora Brenda Caselios escucharon las peticiones y preocupaciones de nuestra comunidad, el problema ha sido solucionado.
And thanks to Dr. Caselius, the school committee have paid attention to this. We have found a solution to the problem.
Esta acción nos da la sensación de esperanza, que nuestras demandas no van al vacío, que las comunidades sí somos escuchadas y tomadas en cuenta, que nuestra opinión sí es considerada.
This gives us hope that our voices are heard and they are not left to be vague in the wind, and that we are listened to and our problems are taken into consideration.
En esta ocasión sí nos sentimos muy satisfechos y muy emocionados, muy felices.
And this time we feel very happy, and we feel that our voices have been heard.
Muchas gracias al alcalde Michelle Hu, la alcaldesa, que ha tomado en cuenta la comunidad hispana y el día de ayer realizó la reelección de las hispanohablantes Lorena Lopera y Rafaela Polanco para el Comité de las Escuelas Públicas de Boston.
I would also like to thank our Mayor Michelle Wu, that yesterday she took and reappointed Mrs. Lopera and Mrs. Polanco and took into consideration the Spanish-speaking community.
Muchas felicidades y muchas gracias por el buen trabajo. Como hispana me siento muy orgullosa.
Congratulations and thank you very much. As a Hispanic, I feel very proud of you.
Muchas gracias por la expansión de las escuelas del sexto grado y feliz último mes del año. Feliz noche, gracias.
Thank you very much for the expansion of the sixth grade, and have a happy last month of the year. Good evening.
Gracias, thank you. I will now activate the interpretation icon, and all interpreters will be sent to your channels so you can start interpreting again. I'll ask our next set of speakers to please raise your hand in Zoom. Michael Heischman, Roxy Harvey, Edith Bazile, Travis Marshall, Ruby Reyes, and Robert Jenkins. If you can please raise your hand. We'll move on to Michael Heischman.
I think I did it right. Hello, everybody. Mike Heischman, Dorchester, Beja. I'm very happy to join my voice and say thank you to the superintendents for the good news about the sixth graders. This is also a victory of solidarity for the three school communities to work together and to advocate together. What happened to BSAC? We used to get regular reports when Kimani James was the representative. What has been done to repair the damage done by our school department to BSAC? And what is the plan to help our students rebuild their strong voices? I see that the exam school policy is on the agenda again. This is one area where I praise the courage and leadership of Dr. Caselius and the school committee. I ask that there be no retreat from equity. I am rapidly coming to the conclusion that the coronavirus is smarter than Homo sapiens. It was the right thing to do to close as much of the economy down after the onset of the virus. Yes, the economy has suffered. It was the right thing to do to close the schools and later reopen them with the hybrid model. Yes, the education of our children has suffered. Consistent with its strategic mission, BP has fully reopened its schools in September. No hybrid, not even a remote option for families who believe that their children's health, safety, and lives were more important than education. Our scientists knew that Corona would learn and evolve. First, the Delta variant, now Omicron. Unlike Homo sapiens, Corona is not handicapped by racism, capitalism, and imperialism. They are not handicapped by stupidity and insanity. The BPS has already demonstrated that it doesn't have enough resources and capacity to keep our children safe. As the number of infections has dramatically increased, all we do is monitor the situation and We don't have an adequate plan for this deteriorating situation. Human life is more important than our children's education. We need a plan, a drastic plan to protect human life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roxy Harvey.
Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Roxy Harvey and I'm a resident of Dorchester. I want to address the need to ensure voice, agency, and choice are maintained for our special education families throughout BPS. Beyond the many meetings to discuss the public exam schools that were long overdue for an admission criterion change, we have other students in schools that are systemically failing our students and need support. As you vote on the school closures and budget, many of our special education students continue to not receive services due to the staffing shortages and lack of access to high-performing schools. The impact of these vacancies on students that cannot access the curriculum without support is being felt at home and in schools. However, Catapult, the contract company for COVID compensatory services, is sending generic emails to our families to sign up for the free virtual help, even when some of those families have agreements that their children will receive services in person because they're not successful with remote instruction. How can you provide COVID compensatory services to families that have children who couldn't access remote learning with an offer of remote COVID compensatory services? Then throw in a final question on the Google form that if they might be interested in in-person services, and it's offered without providing any details about the location and transportation. It makes families think that they must take the remote COVID compensatory services or receive nothing. The district needs to engage with families in a genuine and authentic manner, which would include learning from the mistakes made with the West Roxbury Complex and McCormick School. The proposal that 4 Elliott parents have submitted for Charlestown High School has many great practices in it that the district should be doing as a whole. However, there's no voice, agency, or choice when families from outside of school propose a gentrification model that doesn't include the voice of the special education families that are currently at the school. It is not enough to say that those currently at the school will be allowed to stay and graduate from the school. It is clear that inclusion benefits neurodiverse and neurotypical children, but there are families who have the right to choose how their child's needs are met in whether in sub-separate placement or partial inclusion, based on the child's needs and appropriate services. Although an inclusion co-taught model with 8 special needs students and 19 general education students may work for some students, it won't work for every individualized need. In summary, the 700 students currently at Charlestown High School, including those in the sub-separate and specialized programs, matter, and their voice, agency, and choice need to be part of any plan developed for their school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Our next speaker is Edith Bazile.
Good evening. It has been well documented that the often overlooked population of Black students face major barriers accessing high-performing schools. Black students with disabilities face far greater challenges and are often dumped into poorly supported special education programs then forgotten. In 2017, there was a quiet plan to demolish McKinley's South End site, which served students with disabilities, and build a new school for Quincy Upper. There were protests and the plan was squashed. The point is, there was no consideration for a new design for the McKinley students. When West Roxbury Complex was closed, again, parents and families were ignored. Now here we go again. Just like the McKinley plan and the West Roxbury plan, the proposed Charlestown High plan ignores current students and families. This plan will displace numerous Black students and a significant number of population of students with disabilities. These school designs are rooted in the racist trope that the model of a successful school is one with only a token number of Black students. Moving in to claim a school without regard to current Black students and families is school gentrification. It is not okay to throw out Black students and only then create high-performing schools that are well-resourced, well-staffed, and highly funded, followed by school assignment algorithms to keep Black students out. This Christopher Columbus bogarting steeped in white privilege is wrong. The promise of BPS's 5-year strategic plan is rooted in equity for all students, and the school committee must reject proposals like this. Black students are entitled to fully funded, highly resourced, well-staffed school communities in cutting state-of-the-art facilities that provide research-based, high-quality instruction and pathways to college and career. If Black students matter, if Black families matter, if Black school choice matters, proposals for school redesign must incorporate the racial equity planning tool before they are reviewed. To become an anti-racist district, BPS must create an agenda for the often forgotten population of Black students. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Marshall.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school committee, and Superintendent Casilius. My name is Travis Marshall. I'm a parent of 2 students at the Bates Elementary School and a member of the parents group Quest, Quality Education for Every Student. I had planned on asking how BPS's racial equity tool could have concurred with the decision to withhold 6th grade expansion from 3 schools, 2 of which house sheltered English immersion strands. But with the very welcome news that BPS listened to communities, I would like to speak instead about the larger framework for these decisions. Build BPS. Contrary to its name, Build BPS has not built a single school building that wasn't already under construction before its inception. Indeed, in the nearly 5 years since former Mayor Walsh announced the program, it has managed only to close 5 schools, largely due to facility emergencies. A recent job posting for a school closing project manager signals more to come. Quest parents are pleased that BPS finally committed to bringing a 6th grade to the Blackstone, Sumner, and Mendel schools. Their exclusion was glaring, and yet another example in a string of facilities decisions made without a thoughtful plan for stakeholders. This pattern is evident in the turmoil students at EMK experience in a school without a building to call home. It is evident in the merger of the McCormick and BCLA, even as the district shrinks that campus footprint by giving away its land. The home-based assignment plan has exacerbated racial segregation and inequity in BPS, and it has also created enclaves of privilege within the district, with varying capacities to navigate disarray. School communities should be focusing their energy on social and emotional recovery from COVID, not fighting the district to craft responsible plans that address the facilities needs of students. 5 years of Build BPS have brought disruption, uncertainty, and division to school community. Without a proactive, equitable, and transparent planning process to rebuild facilities and bolster school enrollment, it should perhaps be renamed Close BPS. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes.
My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance and a Dorchester resident. Central office leadership recently included a job listing for a director of capital planning on the BPS website. The description includes, quote, "This position will serve as the Build BPS senior project manager for school closings and will coordinate and shepherd projects related to school closures," end quote. This position will be funded temporarily through ESSER fundings. For those of us who served on the ESSER Commission, the federal funding is supposed to be used for supporting schools to revive from the pandemic, not to actively work towards destroying school communities. Beja advocated for literacy coaches in schools where the majority of students are not at reading level. How can this director of closed BPS position be prioritized over literacy coaches? What we need is a comprehensive master's facility plan that looks at what schools have and what they need. What we don't need is someone whose entire job it is to close schools. Bill BPS continues to be a curse for school communities, filled with fake transparency, false promises, broken trust, and now a blatant misuse of federal funds to destroy school communities. The director of closed BPS position comes at a time when decisions about school safety and pandemic response needs are vital. BPS leadership needs to do its part by ensuring contact tracing is taking place in every BPS school, communicating cases on a daily basis to parents and caregivers, ensuring that schools have outside spaces for unmasked meal times on days where weathers permit, and improving safe ventilation practices and monitoring. In addition, BEJA supports the revised exam school admissions policy that was adopted in June, which called for students to come from 100% straight rank in socioeconomic tiers to determine admissions. BEJA continues to support this policy, and all the school committee members who supported this knowing full well what it meant. BEJA would also support a policy about exam school admissions becoming lottery-based, similar to other high schools. Why does the exam school admissions policy continue to be a central focus of the schools committee's work when families at the Curley, Blackstone, Mendel, and Sumner are working with their school communities for safe buildings and less grade transitions? Where is the dedicated time and urgency to prioritize the needs of school communities who are in crisis? Where is the commitment to equity and prioritizing students and families with the highest needs? Where is the supposed move towards an anti-racist district when the exam school students continue to be prioritized over and over again, but do not represent students with the highest needs, including Black, Latino, students with disabilities, and English learners? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Jenkins. He'll be followed by Alan Tien, Sapna Pate, Nancy Lesson, Nancy Minucci, and Allison Cox. If you could please raise your hands in Zoom. Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, good evening, school committee members and Dr. Cassellius. I hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving. I'm going to be really brief because I'm going to send all my information in. I want to talk about athletics. As you know, I am a official in a number of athletics for the high schools and youth sports. I had the great distinction of being at Fenway Park for the East Boston, South Boston football game, and on Thanksgiving Day at Harvard with the oldest traditional, the two oldest schools in the country, Boston English, Boston Latin. It was a very momentous occasion, the highest score in the history of those two schools playing that dates back to 1887. And neither newspaper had a headline in sports for that great accomplishment. Our athletics programs, they do need help, but that's not the major piece what I'm talking about today. In an aspect of, we have to think about social and emotional learning and extracurricular activities for all of our students, but primarily from students that are in 6th to 8th grade, because we don't have any middle schools. And there's gonna be a grade reconfiguration that I don't wanna get into, but we have to look into our youth sports and introducing new sports such as lacrosse. Lacrosse is an up and growing sport. Metro Lacrosse is already in our schools and they serve for younger kids. But by the time these younger kids get up to high school, there's no high school lacrosse. That's something I would like to work with the district on. Another thing I would like to speak about is a lot of schools do not have football program, especially my alma mater, Madison Park and Charlestown High. We have to look on ways, how do we develop our kids, not only academically, but a lot of these kids work hard to play sports, but it's not offered at their schools. Another thing I would like to talk about is safety. School safety is a big issue that, of course, with the incident, unfortunately, happened at the Henderson.
Mr. Jenkins? Oh, Mr. Jenkins, I think we lost you.
Mr. Jenkins, you need to unmute.
Well, Mr. Jenkins.
I keep saying, Boston Health Commission can also help as well with their peer leadership program that are all over the place.
Mr. Jenkins, you keep hitting your,
So yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, so I just wanted to make those points, and I will be sending my emails to the school committee and to Dr. Casellius and her administrative team. I'm out eating dinner, but I had to come on this call. So I want to thank everybody. Have a good day.
thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Tien.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, respectful committee member and the superintendent. I live in West Roxbury, parent of BPS student. I'm here to ask the school by school admission data, simulation data for the year 2022 and 2023. Means the next year that admission without exam. In the last meeting, superintendent gave a Excel spreadsheet, but over there, for next year, admitted school student number of students is same as application numbers. So we have no valid data for next year still. So we asked for this data starting from July. It's continue asking from July. It's not only from the parents and the students, also from the several committee members. We still don't get this result. BPS claimed that every school will have a chance to assess exam school, but now in December, we still don't have the data, which I don't know. There's nothing, even for the data for the year after 2023 and later, all the student number from each school are still mixed with the student from with that 15 bonus point.
20 seconds.
So you still cannot figure out that those students get admitted even for 2023 or later is really get a bonus point or not. It's there are parents still claim that no bonus point, no exam school. Nobody knows if that's true or not. I cannot convince by the data just provided from the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sapna Pate. Sapna, will you please unmute? Okay, let's try Nancy Lesson.
Hi, this is Sapna. I'm sorry, I was having trouble accepting the option to show. Would you like me to turn my camera on? I'm having a little bit of issue here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you can, please try.
Hi.
Good evening.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sapna Pate, and I'm a BPS parent. I'd like to share with you some of my concerns regarding the exam school admissions simulation data that was presented on November 17th. In the drive to push towards greater inclusion, BPS has created a policy that, intentionally or not, excludes students from several BPS schools. We live in West Roxbury. My oldest is at Latin, my youngest is at the Linden. West Roxbury, Linden, Latin. I've learned that asking hard questions about the changes to the admissions policy while being a West Roxbury mom is shorthand for, well, you know what's being said about the moms from my neighborhood. This committee approved a 5-year plan that changes the admissions policy without timely access to simulation data, without taking a critical look at the impact of implementation. At this moment, students with no bonus points from the Kilmer, Linden, Allegheny, BTU, or Elliott will not have access to the exam schools. Earlier today, I sent each of you an email detailing my concerns as well as potential action steps. I'm glad to see that this topic will be discussed by the committee later this evening. Some have told me that if we're unhappy with our non-exam school options, we have the financial means to put our children in private school, that we have a choice, even if it doesn't feel like a good one to us, that there are families across Boston who do not have other options, and that we should move out of the way. This is painful because it washes away all the beauty we give and receive as an 11-year committed BPS family. It pits my family against others.
20 seconds.
Look at the 25 or so non-exam, non-application high schools in Boston. How are the teachers and students at these schools supported to succeed? It's a nice diversion watching privileged parents like myself wring my hands over how to support my kid as well as Boston kids without sounding like I want to keep exam school access all to myself. It distracts everyone from a key failing. There is no push to do the hard work on increasing the number of high-quality high schools for all Boston students. It's easy to be a privileged parent and support this plan when it is not your child who will have access eliminated. It's much harder to be in my shoes, to care deeply about equity and inclusion, knowing that the complexities of this issue get lost when I question the exam school's admissions policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Lesson.
I'm Nancy Lesson, retired occupational health specialist, member of Mascosh Health Technical Committee, mother of a BPS high school teacher, grandmother of 4 BPS elementary school students, and member of Families for COVID Safety. I live in Jamaica Plain. The week of November 18th to 24th saw the highest number of BPS COVID cases yet, 156, and this is a serious undercount. Omicron variant is on our doorstep. It's past time for BPS to fix failed and flawed systems. Many students are getting vaccinated, teachers and staff getting boosters, but racial and income disparities affect vaccination rates and COVID's continuing equity nightmare. Breakthrough infections occur. We don't know what Omicron will bring. School vaccine clinics are great, but not enough. It's time to shore up ventilation and filtration. The majority of schools lack HVAC. Indoors, unmasked is the riskiest situation. When lunch isn't outdoors, a reservoir of virus can collect. What about cafeterias and basements open to hallways with classrooms advised to leave doors open? Were air changes per hour calculated? Are there sufficient numbers of properly sized and placed HEPA filters? COVID doesn't take a lunch break. BPS must take COVID off the menu. Classroom windows are supposed to remain open, but unbalanced heating systems leave some with frigid temperatures, others way too hot. Windows may not stay open when temperatures plummet. Only half of BPS student population is signed up for pool testing. There are serious continuing problems with pool testing, test and stay, and notification systems. These aren't protective for Delta, let alone Omicron. When can families get access to data from data loggers, not just averages and reports? Give us links to the full data. We deserve no less. This committee has heard for months about problems from parents, teachers, school nurses. Omicron is coming. We can only hope that with the new administration in City Hall, a new day has arrived to correct longstanding problems that put all at risk from this deadly virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Minucci.
My name is Nancy Minucci. Hi, my name is Nancy Minucci. I am a parent of 2 children at BLS, both who have disabilities. And I'm very concerned at what we have set up here. I think we really need to eliminate the points and resize the tiers. What we right now are doing is basically driving out the middle class to certain parts of the city. We are eliminating families. Some areas are getting 100% of their students in, while other areas, unless you live in housing projects, no student is going to get a seat at BLS or BP, any BLS, any exam school. This is extremely unfair, not only to the students at BPS, but students of the city. This affects everything from athletics in towns, all of the city, to just the number of kids in that area. It is totally unfair. Middle class in Boston is being driven out by this. I totally understand that there are kids that are underprivileged, but there are also middle class people who are barely getting by, who everybody assumes because you own a home, but yet you work for the city, you're stuck here, that you have all this extra money to pay for school. People do not. Boston is very expensive. These 8-tier system, you get preference just because you're a single parent over 2 parents that may not make a lot, and a single parent may make a lot. Just the way it is set up is just extremely unfair, and it's unfair to everybody, all children in the city, whether they go to BPS or not. It's affecting them across the board. People are moving out in droves with children. As a person who lives in South Boston, we are seeing the number of children drastically reduced every year. And this has thrown a bigger wrench in than anything. People are afraid they can't afford Catholic schools or private schools. And they do have high achieving children. And I'm going to just say, I have 2 kids with disabilities, and BLS is not the ideal situation for them. It is not something I would, if I could do it over again, would have chosen. Unfortunately, it's where we're at, but I don't think the services for special ed students are phenomenal there. I was happier with my special ed services at the Elliott. So overall, I think things have to be relooked at. It's not fair to children to throw them into an environment that they're going to sink, or to hold back kids who could be higher achievers at the exam schools. I'm very saddened by this, and I really want to advocate going forward for people to look for vouchers. If you can't get your child in because of where you lived, I feel that BPS should be allowing you money to send your child somewhere else. It's not fair to say you have no chance and you pay your taxes, whereas other families are being told that just because you live in a certain area or because you're in housing that you're entitled to a seat. Or
Ms. Minucci, I'm afraid you're past your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Cox.
My name is Allison Cox. I live in Jamaica Plain and I'm the parent of 2 kids at Mission Hill School and the co-chair of our school governance board. I'm here tonight because there is a lot worth celebrating at Mission Hill. We need this committee to understand that idea and to hear us when we tell you that the picture the district has been painting is incomplete. Our community loves our teachers. For 13 weeks in a row now and ongoing, families have brought in treats for our 60+ staff members on Monday mornings. We don't know how else to show our solidarity during this very hard year. So we make muffins and buy coffee and hope that they know it's us telling them that we trust them and that we care. When the district removed our co-leaders and teachers this fall, our community suffered a traumatic loss. The district promised support. It has sent people to our building, but simply having bodies and roles does not begin to approach the kind of healing and care this community deserves. Due to a lack of leadership in our school, some of the very basic things one expects from a school just aren't happening. We've lost something like 10% of our student body since the start of the school year. And it's not because of accusations and allegations from years ago. We used to have weekly newsletters. This year, we've had just one. We didn't get fall progress reports. We've heard nothing about family conferences. Compensatory services notices didn't go out for some students until November. Nothing's been said about school photos. Traditions like Dress Like a Book Character Day have been ignored. Equity roundtables on ESSER funds use weren't held. We still have no before or after school options. The kinds of COVID communication promised by the superintendent at this committee's last meeting are categorically not happening at Mission Hill, and our school leader has failed to respond to emails from families asking why. This fall, the district made changes at Mission Hill because of things that happened years ago. If the intent of these changes was to support a school, the district is failing. If the intent of these changes was to cause the death of a robust community by 1,000 cuts, the district is making progress. I asked this committee to consider if the effects of the changes the district imposed are helping or hurting the 200+ kids currently at Mission Hill. We can get through this year and we can thrive next year, but we need the district to start working in good faith and in support of our community. I ask this committee for their support in ensuring that this happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next set of speakers is Betsy Yoshimura, Rachel Young, Catherine Cooney, Jacqueline Rodriguez, and Monica Borgiga. If you can please raise your hand in Zoom. Betsy?
Hi, thank you so much. I am I am Betsy Yoshimura. My daughter is a second grader at the Mario Umana Academy in East Boston, and we live in East Boston. Yesterday, I was informed by the principal through written communication, that 4 students in her class have COVID, and I am a little bit concerned because I think that BPS and the Boston Health Commission contact tracing protocol is just not what it needs to be. Unfortunately, the nurses at our school and the principal have been picking up the slack, or fortunately, they've been picking up the slack, and they've been doing all of the contact tracing and have been contacting the families who have been impacted and have been possibly exposed to the other students. So I feel that based on the fact that there are multiple cases that are coming up, and we're right on the heels of Thanksgiving, and with Omicron here and Christmas on the horizon, it is imperative that the Health Commission and BPS does better. They must do better at contacting families whose kids have been potentially exposed to COVID positive schoolmates. And I have a couple of questions to pose. Number one, why have there been
Oh, Betsy, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Was I muted the whole time, or just?
No, just now.
Okay. Okay. All right, cool. All right. So first question, why are these delays here in contact tracing? 2, why do individual schools have to set up vaccine clinics instead of having vaccine clinics all over the city that are being run and planned by the district? And what is the district doing to track vaccination rates in schools? I know my daughter just got her second COVID shot yesterday, which I'm so happy about. But as far as I know, there's been 0 questions about vaccination records for COVID. And I do have to say, I heard Superintendent Casilius saying earlier that the contact tracing, she knows, is an issue, and it is something that you guys are working on. So I am very happy to hear that, and I really hope you are able to up your game. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you'd like to send in those questions in writing, we'll be happy to share those with the staff. Our next speaker is Rachel Young.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Rachel Young. I'm a Sumner parent, Rosendale resident. I received 2 emails today that included promising news. First was the email, oh, it's light now. First was the email from the superintendent committing to a 6th grade at our school. And then we also got an email from our principal announcing that they'd be meeting with the superintendent's team tomorrow with Sumner stakeholders. So thank you. This is all promising news, greatly appreciated by our community. As I stated 2 weeks ago, the last time I testified, Sumner parents, we're talented, we're dedicated. We want to roll up our sleeves and help solve this problem as collaborators. And so I'm looking forward to getting this done together. And please keep this in mind as future planning and meetings are organized, that we really do want to be part of the solution. We are problem solvers and eager to help. Some people might deem this an early Christmas present, but because it's Hanukkah, I'm going to say that this is timely, couldn't come too soon. So thank you again. And I will leave the floor to the other people that also have to contribute tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Cooney.
Hello. Thank you to the superintendent and school committee for taking my comments tonight. My name is Catherine Cooney and I live in Jamaica Plain, and I'm the parent of a student at the Mendel. I would like to express gratitude to the Build BPS team and to Superintendent Cassellius for considering and incorporating the community feedback that has been provided by the Mendel, Sumner, and Blackstone elementary schools. Thank you also to all of the parents and others who have advocated on behalf of the 3 schools. Our community is extremely appreciative that these schools will have a 6th grade in place beginning next year. And I commend your willingness to approach this challenge with flexibility and in the spirit of collaboration. We are looking forward to working alongside the Build PPS team to continue to transparently incorporate community feedback as the plans are developed in more detail, both in the short and long term. I would be remiss if I did not note that the restructuring of elementary, middle, and high schools, including exam schools, are interconnected and cannot be considered in isolation. The end goal should be that a quality education is possible for each and every student in BPS in every school. To settle for less is unfair to the children of Boston. As we move forward together in this process, I would like to advocate for BPS to continue to value the voices in the community and also to keep students' best interests as well as equity for all families at the center of our decision-making. Thank you for your time and support in the coming months. That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Rodriguez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Rodriguez, and I'm a bilingual school psychologist who works at the Charles Sumner and Irving Middle Schools. On February 7, 2018, I testified before the school committee that our students deserve to have 1 social worker and 1 school psychologist in each BPS school. Thank you to the school committee for supporting us and for Dr. Cassellius for making half of that equation happen. 1 social worker in each school helps our students with social emotional learning needs. Having a school psychologist in each school would help provide even more support, as I and my colleagues stated in 2018. Thank you for your ongoing support. My reason for testifying today is to highlight how transportation shortcomings affect our students. At the Irving, our students have been stranded by buses and made to wait until 6 o'clock for alternative transportation. Usually their families taking Ubers or Lyft services to school to pick them up. At 2 o'clock, we sometimes get the call that the bus is simply not coming, and I'm talking about HS 339 in the afternoon. Dismissal is at 2:05. At least 1 student has missed almost 2 weeks of school due to lack of consistent transportation. 1 student's mental health is declining at having to stay home as they know they belong at school. my other school, the lack of a bus monitor resulted in a dangerous situation for one of our students, which required detailed school interventions. I am praying that we find a way to fix this situation. Our parents are angry and our students are paying the price of inconsistent transportation. Please consider this situation as urgent. I thank you for listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Borgida, followed by Fabienne Eliasson, Roseanne Tung, and Bonnie Duncan. Monica?
Good evening, everyone. I think you can see me and hear me. Thank you for having me. I asked to testify tonight in order to address a few questions regarding the implementation of the exempt school admissions policy for the school year 2022-2023. There are several aspects of this policy that are not well defined and leave space for unclear impact on access to the exempt schools and possibly discrimination. I still want to believe that the intention of the entire school committee is to create more opportunities and possibilities for all children of Boston, and I would like to thank you for your work, sincerely. However, looking at the implementation of the exempt school admission policy for the next school year, I would like to receive more information around the following actions. The data simulation that was presented on November 17th considered the impact of the new policy at the school level, but did not show the impact of the admission policy across socioeconomic tiers. There is no clarity around the student population for each tier, and there is growing concern that tiers 7 and 8, considering the effects of 10 and 15 bonus points, would be penalized when applying for the exempt schools. How did you assess this scenario? Can we see the data? How do you plan to distribute seats that are not used within each tier? The application process for 7th grades is the second point that I would like to discuss. It is my understanding that students applying for 7th grade in an exempt school will not be able to maintain their enrollment in the K-8 school that the students are currently attending during the evaluation process, so they would lose their seat. Is that the case? Ultimately, the current exempt school admission policy based on very dynamic, partially arbitrary socioeconomic tiers and without an entry exam, has flaws. I kindly invite the school committee to spend more time on the current version of the policy and to consider all the consequences generated by a needed but also risky equity experiment. Thank you for your attention and for supporting public education. Thank you so much for your work, really.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fabienne Eliasson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Fabienne Eliasson and I live in Hyde Park, and I'm also a parent at the Elliott School for 8th grader. On Tuesday, November 23rd, fellow parents and I deliver a prospectus for a new inclusive innovation open enrollment high school to the superintendent and the school committee. This delivery started a 30-day clock during which time the superintendent or her designee, the head of the BTU or designing, and a school committee member must convene a screening group and vote with 2/3 majority to approve or reject the proposal. I'm here today to share the key point of this proposed school and how it can be replicated across all Boston open enrollment high school. The proposal was developed in response to the district continue failing to the vast majority of Boston high school students, and an ongoing failure that impacts students with disability and English language learners at disproportionate rates. All Boston students deserve access to a high quality, inclusive high school that prepares them for success. Our proposal is for an open enrollment school, not an exam school, or we're taking over a school. Our proposal is for high school that is inclusive and integrated higher education courses and opportunities, providing successful pathways to career and college for every graduate. Our proposal provides full individual support for English language learners and students with disabilities, and feature a co-teaching model in each classroom, as well as bilingual classroom aids to provide long overdue support in native language.
20 seconds.
Our proposal include all learners and have already run stimulus for the first 5 years of enrollment that ensure an equitable distribution of seats. Our proposal suggests Charlestown High School to be the first providing ground for this new open enrollment concept behind in September of 2022. At that, there is no disruptive or displacement of current high school. The student of Charlestown High School current at face 55% graduate rate, a 40% decline in enrollment in their school seat in bottom 10% of school, in the state putting in the great risk of stakeholder. Almost half of students of Charlestown High have disability, and they have very limited access in inclusion. My daughter, who has learning disability, and the thousands of other students like her in Boston deserve every opportunity to succeed. My last question will be, I know that the time is running, but in the urge of Boston School Committee to accept her proposal and to move forward with a planning phase to bring this vision to life in order to demonstrate that is a city can deliver its promise. I know that we can do better, and we want to be better for our students. Let's make sure this plan is not only for Charlestown High to be an innovative school, but mostly to make sure that every student like my daughter have a place to thrive like everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roseanne Tong.
I'm Roseanne Tung, member of the Exam Schools Task Force. The school committee asked the task force to recommend an admissions policy that maintains rigor and increases the diversity of the exam schools. Research shows that the very existence of exam schools has had intended consequences of maintaining power and privilege among white and more affluent families of Boston. This structural problem harms our most historically underserved students. The policy that the task force recommended is a long overdue start to remedy those injustices. Given the data available and the nature of power, it is the best we could do in this historical moment. The 10 additional points is the part of the plan on the agenda later tonight. In the last year, for which we have data unaffected by the pandemic and policy changes, 10 sending schools received fewer than 5 invitations. Of these 10 schools, 9 have much higher percentages of Black and Brown students, and most have much higher percentages of economically disadvantaged students than the district average. We can all make an educated guess that for many years running, the same sending schools always received disproportionately low invitations. This exclusion is what we're trying to change. From the simulations, some schools will receive fewer invitations than they're used to. However, their students are not shut out of selective schools. They merely have a lower probability of getting a seat than before, sort of like those attending the 10 schools I just described. I'm guessing those opposed to the 10 additional points are families whose students are no longer shoo-ins for exam schools. The mindset that attending a certain sending school almost guarantees admission will no longer hold. I consider that a step in the right direction. An even more positive sign would be if those powerful, passionate families exert their energy to support excellent curriculum and instruction in schools beyond the 3 that take up so much space. And most importantly, plan with current families in those schools and send their children to those schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tung. Our final speaker is Bonnie Duncan.
Hi there. My name is Bonnie Duncan, and I'm a parent of 2 children at Mission Hill School, and I reside in Jamaica Plain. This evening, I'll read a statement from our school's founder, Deborah Meyer, and 2 founding teachers, Emily Gassoy and Heidi Line, to share more about Mission Hill's founding principles and practices in order to provide a more nuanced picture of our school for committee members. Mission Hill was founded in 1997 as a pilot school. The school's mission is to help parents raise youngsters who will maintain and nurture the best habits of a democratic society, to be smart, caring, strong, resilient, imaginative, and thoughtful. It aims at producing youngsters who can live productive, socially useful, and personally satisfying lives while also respecting the rights of all others. 25 years later, there's evidence that this mission has been actualized. Where ability tracking is commonplace, Mission Hill has ensured that all children learn with and from one another. Where strict hierarchies are generally the rule, Mission Hill has empowered all members of the community, creating structures and forums for students, families, custodial staff, administrators, and teachers to engage with one another around important decision-making. Students at Mission Hill School learn to think for themselves, to discuss and defend their work. Students are invited to bring their whole authentic selves to their learning through hands-on, project-based, and real-world learning. Alumni go on to be reporters, artists, political leaders, teachers. Several of our graduates now teach in BPS. The Mission Hill Education for Empowered Democratic Citizenship is well documented in films, books, and articles. These works are commonly used in teacher education classes, not only in the US, but throughout the world. It is not lost on us that the democratically governed school that we helped found 25 years ago is being violently dismantled against a national backdrop in which our democratic institutions at large are also under attack. Mission Hill School is an autonomous school that empowers educators and provides historically marginalized students with an education usually available only to those who can afford it. When children can experience democracy during the years they spend in our publicly funded schools, they are far more likely to uphold democratic values in the world. Thank you for your consideration as you continue to make decisions regarding our school.
Thank you. Chair Robinson, that concludes our speakers for general public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. And thank you to those of you who spoke this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is very important to us. Our first and only action item this evening is grants for approval totaling $2,347. Sorry. I will now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Anyone with a question? Oh, sorry. Yes, Dr. Coleman.
I just want to maybe pre-such next week. I just want to share with my colleagues. I had a great conversation with Nate Kluter and his team about ways in which we may be able to get these reports in an approach that tells us more about where the money is going, and maybe thinking about and kind of ponder before Nate talks next week, where I get these reports, I start digging into them as Mr. O'Neill laughed at me at one point for a while because I was so digging into them, what did it mean? It's really hard to keep track, and he let me know I'd get tired of that, and he was right as always, because there's so many and they're so different. And so Mr. Cooter is rethinking ways he could report this so we can see how these grants align with our strategic missions. So if we have 3 or 4 strategic visions, how do these grants support those efforts? And then also identify the ways in which they address equity by looking at how do these funds go to our schools based on their levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, and whether there is some imbalance there that we want to be driving more money on our strategic visions to our highest need schools. And then finally, also then we would also do more of a demographic analysis as well. So I just want to share with my colleagues that I think the district in their search to be equitable is trying to rewrite this report so it's more meaningful for us. I'm looking forward to hearing how Mr. Cooter is going to move forward with that next week.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I just have a quick one. I was very excited to see the American Rescue Plan homeless children and youth grant for $1,175,885. And Superintendent, I know at some point We had talked about having Mr. Marks come and talk about the incredible behind the scenes work that they've been doing on behalf of our homeless families. And this is another example of that. So I hope in very soon that we would be able to schedule something so that we could really hear and share what is going on there.
Yeah, I'd love to share the work that's going on. I know we got a taste of it a few meetings ago, but going more in depth in the work that we're doing with our department, as well as cross collaborating with the city.
Alrighty.
Whenever you want to put it on the agenda, just let me know.
All right, will do. Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the grants as representative.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or objections to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeArujo,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The grants are approved unanimously.
Thank you. Our first report this evening is an Office of Human Capital Annual Hiring and Workforce Diversity Update. At this time, I'd like to invite Saren Daly, Managing Director, Office of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity Programs, and John Barrows, Interim Director of Human Resources, to please present their report. First, I'd like to invite the superintendent to provide opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I saw Al Taylor, our Chief of Human Capital, who is also with us and will introduce his team and all the really good work that they've been doing. Obviously, this has been a top priority for the school committee. It's been a top priority for our Opportunity Achievement Gap Task Force, our ELL Task Force, and really generally within our strategic plan to increase our workforce diversity, in particular, addressing our Garrity order and really trying to be more intentional about our effort around recruitment and retention of teachers of color. And so I'm excited to have the group here to tell you about the efforts so far. I do want to mention that no matter the moves, the progress we make, it's not enough. We continue to look for representation of the students we serve. So we have made progress, but we still have more to do. And excited to learn from some of the staffing initiatives that we are doing right now. And the team is adjusting how they recruit and how they look for folks to come into working at Team BPS. So excited for you to hear what they have to share this evening. So thank you to the team.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, Madam Chair and school committee members. I'm joined tonight with a team of folks: Ray Ketchens, the Deputy Chief of Human Capital; John Barrows, who will go over all of our data; the Director of Human Resources; Dr. Charles Granson, the Chief Equity and Strategy Officer; and Saren Daly, Managing Director of Recruitment and Cultivation. First slide. Tonight, we'll review some of the school diversity hiring goals. We'll talk a little bit about the targeted supports that we offer to all of the schools. We'll also talk a little bit about the monitoring and interventions, and also mention or go through a couple of things about accountability. John?
Thank you. Good evening. Before I dig into some of the data, I just want to mention that the data that we're going to cover will give you some insights into our hiring and workforce diversity over the last 7 years. And we'll take a look at both how the most recent year results turned out and how that compared to the prior trailing 5 years. Once we go through the outcomes, we'll transition to hear from my colleague, Saren Daly, who will go into some of the programs and the inputs and outputs of those programs that have led to the outcomes that we've seen. In this first slide, you can see the racial diversity of our teachers and guidance counselors over the last 5 years. A few things that I want to highlight here. At the bottom, you can see the percentage of our educators who identify as educators of color. And this year, that number is close to 41%. It's up in almost an entire percentage over last year. Half of that gain is in Black educators. For 3 of the last 4 years, we've seen an increase in the percentage of Black educators of roughly 5% in each of the three of those 4 years. One of the key points this year is that our school leaders for the first time set diversity hiring goals. A few points I wanted to make here is the aspirational nature of those goals. We had 2/3 of our schools set a goal that was to hire 66% or more educators of color this past hiring season. While not all schools met their goals, setting such aspirational goals led to significant results, which we'll get into in a moment. Some of the outcomes of those goals, we had 56 schools who hired more than 66% educators of color. We had another 30 schools who hired more than 50% educators of color. And we had 96 schools in total who hired a higher percentage of teachers of color than last year's district average. This slide shows us the diversity of our hires over the last 5 years. And as you can see at the bottom, again, you can see the percentage of educators of color. This year, 58.7% of all of our hires for teachers and guidance counselors identified as an educator of color. You can also see, if you look at the bar on the far right, that for both our Asian educators, our Latinx educators, and our Black educators, we saw the highest percentage of hires in any of the last 5 years. This next slide drills into specifically our hires of external or new to BPS teachers. And we know that that is where we make some of the biggest gains in terms of moving the needle on workforce diversity. A few points here. Again, the percentage of external hires who identified as educators of color was nearly 56%. This is of all the last 5 years, this is the closest that the percentage of external hires has been to the percentage of overall hires. And it represents a 7.5% increase over last year, which itself was a high watermark for the district. So you can see if you look across these bars, an ever increasing percentage of educators of color. I want to highlight again that for each of the categories, for Asian educators, Latinx educators, and Black educators, we saw the highest percentage of hires this year compared to the trailing 5 years. And in particular, for Black educators, this is the first time in the last 5 years that the percentage of Black educators surpassed that 25% that's indicated in the Garrity Court Order. This slide drills in a little bit more into where all of our hires are coming from. So we know that one of the big sources is hiring from external educators, but I wanted to provide some more nuance as to where the rest of those hires are coming from that are internal, just to provide some more context. This chart is organized from the smallest population at the top to the largest population at the bottom. That largest population is in fact our external hires. This is the largest single source of hires. And it represents approximately 29% of all of the hires this past year. Right above that, you'll see the provisional rehires. These are a combination of provisional educators that have been non-renewed and rehired, and some provisional educators that may have received reasonable assurance but chose to change schools. One of the things I want to highlight here is that of that population of provisional rehires, 69% of them identified as educators of color. So we're doing a really strong job of retaining our provisional educators of color over time. Only about 10% of our hires this year were existing permanent teachers that were changing schools. Above that, we have substitutes who were moving into teaching roles. This population represented about almost 10% of our hires this year, and were 57% of them identified as educators of color. The other category that I wanted to point out and pay particular attention to is our paraprofessionals who moved into teaching roles this year. 75% of those individuals identified as educators of color. So both the paraprofessional and substitute populations are an additional source of new educators in classrooms and are bringing significant diversity as they transition into those roles. This slide shows the growth in the percentage of our hires who self-identify as having linguistic capacity in one of BPS's official languages. Over the course of the last 5 years, we've seen a 14% increase in the percent of our educators who self-identify as having language fluency in one of these languages, one or more of these languages. At this point, I'll hand things over to my colleague, Saren Daly.
Thank you, John and Al. The Office of Human Capital team has shared with you our workforce diversity data. My charge is to provide you with an update on our intentional strategies that led to the district increasing its overall workforce diversity, increasing the number of our external candidates of color hired, and retaining a larger number of educators of color. All these increases were accomplished during a worldwide pandemic. Investing in early hiring has been the foundational lever that BPS has engaged to address workforce diversity. Innovations in recruitment that extends our reach enables our team to curate a highly qualified, diverse candidate pool for school leaders and their hiring teams. For example, through the DESE Teacher Diversification Grant, we were able to offer hiring bonuses to attract teachers of color. This resulted in the hiring of 37 Latinx, 11 Black, and 3 Asian teachers, all who were new to district. Next slide. Sorry.
Did I skip one?
Yep, you're right. I
Sorry.
just have to do my stuff, not you, me. Licensure has always been a barrier to hiring. Our approach to addressing this issue was to develop the BPS MTEL Prep Support Program, a coherent and innovative, comprehensive strategy to design, create, coordinate, and implement a holistic approach to support a diverse group of aspiring teachers that are seeking licensure. As you can see from this slide, there continues to be a tremendous need for our support. In school year 2018, we serviced 300 individuals. In SY 2021, we serviced 800. Next slide. This slide reflects some outcomes data over the last year and a half. In total, 419 educators of color have passed since 2018. Specifically, 50% of those educators were Black, 30% identified as Latinx, 12% Asian, and 8% white. Next. This chart on the left side reflects data on the retention of all of our non-renewed provisional teachers. The chart on the right reflects the Office of RCD's focus efforts of retaining non-renewed provisional teachers of color. To support this high retention rate, we offer support to 100% of our non-renewed provisional educators of color through our Director of Retention, Rashawn Martin. Last year, he connected, upon their request, with 101 of them individually, either by meeting or email. 89% of those he connected with were eventually rehired. The Office of RCD provides all central office and school-based staff of color with retention services, supports, and programs. This is significant because all of our efforts to recruit new to district staff of color is futile if we do not retain them. The Learning Policy Institute conducts and communicates independent, high-quality research to improve education policy and practice. LPI determined that the average cost to replace a teacher in an urban district is $21,000. Retaining 199 or 89% of the 224 non-renewed provisional teachers of color saved the district approximately $4.2 million. I will pass it back to my colleague, John, for the next slide.
In this slide, we wanted to provide a little bit of context around exits from the district as well, because we know that while hiring is an important part of the equation to increasing workforce diversity, we also have to pay attention to our exits from the district as well. In this slide, you can see that while there was a slight increase, a little bit more than a slight increase in the total number of exits this year over last year, we are still at the lower end of the range of exits over the last 5 years. The other thing that is important to note here is that the percentage of educators exiting the district is roughly proportional with the workforce diversity of the district. So we're not seeing an outsized exits of certain ethnicities over others. It is roughly proportional across the board. The other thing to point out here is that the percentage of our exits this year who identify as educators of color was 39%, which is a couple percentages lower than the overall workforce diversity. I'll pass it back to you, Sarah.
Thank you, John. We truly believe that the next generation of BPS educators are in our classrooms, residing in our city neighborhoods, or participate in our community organizations. To that end, last year, our superintendent moved the Office of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity Programs out of the Office of Human Capital to the Division of Equity, Strategy, and Opportunity Gaps. Under the leadership of Dr. Granson, Chief Equity and Strategy Officer, RCD was charged with significantly scaling up and augmenting its existing programming to meet the high demand and to recruit and develop aspiring and current educators of color. The BPS teacher pipeline team is leading the way in this expansion effort. We now have 75 teacher cadets in our middle school to teacher program. The majority of our candidates in our largest program, the Accelerated Community to Teacher program, is diverse. But most significant, and something our team is proud of, is the impact of our work. Becoming a BPS teacher has truly changed the income for all of our candidates. Next slide. Last year, Dr. Casilius asked us to expand our teacher cadet programming from grade 9 to into our middle schools. So we now have a program that is grade 7 through 16, middle through college, and it's a pipeline for all of our BPS students. We're really happy to announce that our students are in all phases of the pipeline, and our first teacher cadets will graduate college in June 2024. The cultivation of our new generation of teachers is a collaborative effort. Wences Raphael, our Assistant Director of Pipeline Programs, have partnered with BPS educators to become mentors to our future educators. Teacher Cadet has received DESE Teacher Diversification Funding, and in collaboration with the Young People's Project, has been recognized by the Gates Foundation and awarded funding to support their math literacy work. A big shout out to Sarita Thomas, the principal of the Trotter Elementary School, who partnered with us this summer to launch a math literacy summer teaching and learning program. Our cadets were instructors. Our college cadets were partnered with their quote TA, their high school teacher cadet, to support math literacy learning for our middle school students at the Trotter. We're now continuing after school programming with the same framework. Finally, last year, the Teacher Cadet Program worked with the Boston Private Industry Council to support the high school internship and education program, and we look forward to working collaboratively again this year. Next slide. Last year, we announced the launch of the George B. Cox Equity in Urban Education Fellowship in honor of our colleague. We launched the fellowship last year with 6 undergraduate students, and they worked on a number of important projects. We're happy to announce that beginning in December of 2021, we'll be hiring a new cohort of early career fellows to join our undergraduate fellows. The first will be on the teacher cadet team to support the cultivation of our middle school students. Next slide. Last year, we trained 34 accelerated community to teacher candidates. The acronym is ACTT, among whom were BPS paraprofessionals, substitute teachers, career changers, and our BPS alums. This year, we expanded this program to 54 candidates, with 15 as part of a pilot program to grow our own bilingual educators. The acronym for that team and that pilot is the BE, Bilingual Ed, ACTT program. And it's a pilot in collaboration with the Office of English Learners with additional funding from DESE to support the implementation of the Look Act. Dr. Abdi Ali, the Senior Director of Boston BPS Teacher Pipeline Program, has been working diligently to secure additional funding to support the innovations needed as we collectively envision teacher preparation. Most notably is our partnership with the MIT Teaching Systems Lab to integrate, quote, teacher moments, which are digital simulations to promote equity mindsets and practices. This innovation allows us to continue to do deep work, even though we're in many ways remote. Next slide. Finally, proudly we share these outcomes from our relaunched BPS Teaching Fellowship Program. I want to thank Dr. Ali, Ailish Kiernan, Chandra Joseph Lissat for all their work in relaunching the BPS Teaching Fellowship. As a reminder, BPS is the only district in the state that is considered a teacher preparation program and able to issue an ESL or moderate disabilities initial licensure. Therefore, consider this. As a Massachusetts teacher preparation program, 86% of our students are educators of color, 100% are SEI endorsed, 100% are duly licensed in either ESL or moderate disabilities, and 64% of them were cultivated from our own paraprofessionals or substitute teachers. Next year, our goal is to increase our numbers. Before I pass the mic to Dr. Granson, I would like to take the opportunity to embarrass/thank my team for their hard work. This is hard work, and I think very much about Dr. Casilius's acronym of JUICE. Our team sees this work as something of importance. So I want to make sure I share with you and thank Kim Conley, our Director of Recruitment, Cultivation, and Diversity Programs, Dr. Abdi Ali, the Senior Director for our Teacher Pipeline work, Dr. Nick Balasal, our Licensed Consultant and a Manager for our Pathways Program, Chandra Joseph Lissat, our Aspiring Teacher Coach and MTEL Support Specialist, Ailish Kiernan, BPS Teaching Fellowship Specialist, Rashawn Martin, Director of Retention Programs, Wences Raphael, Assistant Director of Teacher Pipeline, and our newest member, Ty Polite, our RCD Coordinator. Finally, I want to acknowledge something that Dr. Kilcilia said at the very beginning that I already had in my notes. Our team understands that though we've been able to increase our workforce, we still have much to do to reduce teacher-student diversity gap, and that is our work. Dr. Granson?
Thank you, Ms. Daly, and I second the kudos to the RCD team. Thank you for your leadership and also that of my colleagues, John Barros and Chief Al Taylor. We recognize that there is a nationwide labor shortage and BPS is not immune to this challenge. We also know that we need to disrupt systemic barriers in our system that make it difficult to work and remain at BPS. And we're committed to providing strategic systemic support by ensuring transparent accountability and removing barriers to increase the diversity of our school-based and central office staff and leaders. To that end, we were charged by Dr. Caselius to launch a new one-stop shop community recruitment and hiring campaign to create more accessibility to support our hiring needs. We have also worked with the Education Testing Service to become a para-pro testing site. We will therefore be able to provide access to BPS community members who do not have a college degree and who wish to become paraprofessionals. This will open up many opportunities for many members of our community and provide critical support in these roles to our schools. Next slide. Our workforce diversity strategy is notable because it is a true collaboration between the Division of Schools led by Chief Corey Harris, the Division of Human Capital led by Chief Al Taylor, and the Division of Equity Strategy and Opportunity Gaps. We are now extending this collaboration to include the Office of English Learners as we grow our bilingual educators, and the Office of Family and Community Advancement we've been partnering with as we implement our BPS community recruitment and hiring campaign. We are working across silos to do this work and organizing ourselves to work collaboratively across departments and schools to ensure that we're creating culturally and linguistically sustaining work environments for our staff. As a part of the BPS-wide strategy to better serve students and families, consistent with our BPS strategic vision, commitment 5.4, to make BPS a place where educators and staff want to be employed because they are focused on serving our students and feel valued and supported in their work. And we've committed to achieve a workforce that reflects the students and families we serve. To achieve this, BPS has committed to becoming an anti-racist school district, as well as many other efforts to improve organizational culture and belonging. And as Ms. Daly mentioned, since July 2020, as the RCD team becoming a part of the Equity Strategy and Opportunity Gaps Division, we've been able to work closely, have that team work closely with the Office of Equity, Office of Opportunity Gaps, and Office of Strategy, and as always, continuing to keep close ties to the Office of Human Capital, Chief Taylor and his team. With that, thank you, and I'll turn it back to Superintendent and the Chair.
I just want to thank the team again for your hard work and your drive in order to ensure that we're meeting our goals and sticking to our strategic plan. So thank you all very much. And I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair, for questions, comments.
Yes, I also want to thank Ms. Daly and Mr. Barrows for your report, and thank you to your entire team for your hard work on this critical issue. It's greatly appreciated. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Dr. Coleman?
I hope not. I hope everybody's not waiting for me to go first. I'm pausing and waiting, and then my impulses take over. But I think kudos. What a great report. I mean, we are so far from where we were, 5-7 years ago in terms of coherence and work and data showing the right trends. I'm hoping that you're going to be presenting this at the Council of Great City Schools, because as you know, this is a national problem, and I really feel that you've taken all the issues that people recommend doing and are putting into practice in our district. And I couldn't be more enthusiastic about what you're doing, recognizing the numbers are not as, the growth is not as much as any of us would want, but the fact that your retention's high, the recruitment's high, the growth, it's trending in the right direction, and let's hope it just picks it up. But I just have a couple of questions. The first is, there's something on the slides I didn't understand. It's on slide number 5, what does decline mean? I mean, there's a percentage that says decline, and I don't know what, are they not coming or turning us away? I didn't know what that meant. So if someone could clarify.
Sure. It's just that those individuals decline to identify their ethnicity in their
Great. Okay,
applications.
so we just don't know. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I know that, and as everyone knows, I've been an enthusiastic supporter of the Human Capital Campaign from the beginning because it was really getting at that key work that needed to be done in terms of teacher evaluation. And so as a linchpin, I was wondering if anyone could give an update because I knew that several years ago when we told principals that if they got their evaluations done by December, then they could have autonomy in hiring, or they could then redo their staff. One, is that still the case? And if that is the case, what percentage of our evaluations are still getting done in December, January?
There's a high percentage of our evaluations being completed because we've been pretty strict and stringent about ensuring that principals get them in. We can come back to the committee later with a report so that we're precise. I don't want to give you wrong information.
Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna. You heard me say define high, right? You heard me think that. But yeah, I look forward to that. And then the second piece is in the slides you're giving teachers and counselors in the outcome, which is very good. But leadership is a huge part of this linchpin. So I don't, correct me if we're not doing, if that's a second report, I'm wondering why we don't have another slide that says what looks at this diversity numbers in terms of our principals, who's getting hired, who's retaining, and what does that look like across the board? And then assistant superintendents. So we get to see the chiefs and we get a sense of where you are, but we don't get to see assistant superintendents and then leaders within the bowling building. Again, the people who are making decisions, very important, and as we know, people who are at the table, the questions, people look different. As you have a more diverse group at the leadership, the more decisions take a nuanced approach. It's what we're looking for. So, and then the third is, I'd be interested in getting the same data for the psychologists, the social workers, the nurses, and for the teachers that are SPED. I suspect the SPED teachers are in with the teachers and counselors, but I'm wondering whether there'd be any value for us taking particularly the people whose major work is focused around working with our atypical learners, whether there'd be any value in looking at the diversity in that group. Because as we know at the student outcomes, if we're premising a lot of our work on the idea that the more a student of color has a teacher of color, the more the performance goes up. We just know that, and it just takes 1 year, and I suspect that carries forward for our atypical learners. So I just wondered if we could tease that data out and just so we get to see and track that, if that would be of any value.
Yeah, I have noted your request, and we can send you a more formal report with all that information. We do have the numbers on school leaders, but we'll put it in a formal report along with the bowling leaders, as well as the psychologists and SPED teachers that you're requesting.
And a separate slide, because I think having the teachers and the counselors as one slide is good, but then a separate slide, otherwise it'll get too overwhelming. And Saron, I love the way you let us know that you're earning your keep with that $4 million win. That was very slick. I like that.
Hey, Dr. Coleman, also I can share it in my superintendent report next meeting. I'll just put a slide in for my superintendent report and share that data to get back to what Mr. DeRuggio has said, share the data, in the slide at the superintendent report. So I'll do that again.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yes. Ms. Mercer?
I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful to see that the diversity within the teachers are increasing, that we're having more Black and brown representation, because it's important for students to see teachers that look like them, teaching them things and making them more excited because they're able to relate to them more on a personal level and also on an educational level. I also want to say that I love TC. I'm a teacher cadet. I've been a part of TC since 9th grade when it was HSTT. Dr. Abdi, hi. I'm not gonna lie, I did skip TC today because I had class, but we're not gonna talk about that. but the people there are just so amazing. And the fact that students now all the way up to 7th grade are getting an opportunity to actually get a chance to see what it's like to be a teacher or what their teachers are going through, or even just the process of that is amazing. Because 9th grade, I had no clue what I wanted to be. I was just kind of like, what am I going to do? I'm a high schooler now. I have to think about the future, what my future goal is and careers. And Miss Winsess came to my school with the flyers, and all I heard was free food. You know, that's how you get students here. Free food and prizes and t-shirts and sweatshirts. We're at the door. So I told my best friend to come with me. We went, and I've been going ever since. It's amazing. The opportunities, the field trips, we go to see colleges, the talking about what it's like to be a teacher, getting to actually design lesson plans. It's fun. It's honestly something that I feel like should have been implemented a long time ago, but I'm glad that it's happening now. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Ms. LaPera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. Mercer, I am so excited about your experience with the Teacher Cadet Program.
Yes.
I think the superintendent should give you a contract now to come back and join on the teaching staff. I just want to, this is the work that I do every day outside of this role on the school committee. And so I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing to continue to keep this front and center, to continue to drive the increase of those numbers, to think about how we're not just recruiting, but also retaining our talent. And back to Ms. Mercer's point, seeing the talent right inside our own classrooms with our students and investing in those future teachers like Ms. Mercer. So thank you for that work. I know that we've been partnering with different organizations to expose more young people to this as a potential career pathway. My husband works for the PIC, and I know that there's been work that's being done there and in partnership with Boston Public Schools. So the more exposure we can get our young people, those are going to be our future teachers. So thank you for this work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick points. Thank you for the presentation to the whole team who presented. Dr. Coleman, I agree completely with you. Your question, thank you for bringing up about evaluations, because it is nice to make sure, one, we're seeing the hiring, but also, you know, folks deserve to be told what they're doing well and what opportunities for improvement are. And we need to make sure that that is consistent throughout the entire district, all of our employees, all the way up to the superintendent, which you, Dr. Coleman, have led that effort for us to do it on time and give that feedback. So, Mr. Taylor, not only hearing the evaluation percentages for our teachers, but also for our school leaders, senior staff, et cetera, all the way up the line. Also interested, I know there's been a big push this year about licensing as well, and looking at the licensing status for our employees, and interested in how you are working that in, whether it is through evaluation or if licensing status has affected any of the issues that you talked about in hiring or retaining teachers. And lastly, really encouraged by the work that's being done about the teacher cadets, and also the line I saw about the number of paras that were hired as teachers. This is providing career paths for people. I agree 100% with what the superintendent has said a number of times, that many of our future teachers are right in our system. And so to provide that career path, Ms. Mercer, you are the shining example of that. To hear your enthusiasm of learning what it is to be a teacher. Love to hear that. Did not know that you were a teacher cadet until today. So hearing that personal example from you about your enthusiasm about it is wonderful, and encourages me about the program. So thinking about our career path for folks to get into the profession, because it is a challenging profession, and there are headwinds against us in recruiting folks. And so the more we can encourage people in Boston, in our system, to consider it as a viable career, is wonderful. So, Mr. Taylor, interested in your thoughts about how we're helping to move people along in the pipeline, and also our teachers, once paras become teachers, but how our teachers move up in their career path and what their opportunities are as well. So just to reiterate, one, more information about the evaluations would be great, and understand that could come later. More information about what you're doing about licensing would be helpful, and again, that could come with the evaluation data. But your thoughts about the career path work would be great. Thank you.
I'll let Saren speak to the career path, but as far as licensure is concerned, we have quite a few teachers that are on emergency license this year. And Saren and I, along with Ray Ketchens, have been partnering with the state and talking with the licensure individual, the individual that's responsible for licensure at the state, and trying to figure out the appropriate strategies to get our folks licensed. So we're working pretty aggressively on that. Saren's team has been doing a lot of outreach to those folks that are on emergency license, so we can ensure that we get those folks MTEL prep work, coursework, and those kinds of things. So we support their efforts to pass the MTEL so that they can become licensed.
Yeah. Thank you, Al, and that's a great question, Mr. O'Neill. The thing that we've learned in our retention work is that as a district, our effort is to create opportunities for you to stay in Boston Public Schools. And to that end, the idea of providing opportunities for professional development, one of the growing areas on our team, and Rashawn Martin is leading that, is our degree completion work. The idea that you can partner, we've partnered with a number of institutions that provide access for our employees to be able to pursue their associate's degree, bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctorates as part of employment in BPS. One of the greatest, one of the most interesting outputs from that activity is that we have 56 individuals, educators of color, who are involved in our degree completion programming, and 12 of them are pursuing their doctorate. And I say that is as a part of being part of the Boston Public Schools. So a lot of our efforts is identifying need and creating opportunities for folks to achieve it because they're part of our district and our system. So that's very important to us.
And
Thank you, Ms. Daly, for calling that. Excuse me, Mr. Taylor. Thank you, Ms. Daly, for calling that out in particular, because as you know, the school committee honors members of Boston Public Schools every year who earn their doctorate, because that is reaching the highest point in their chosen profession, and that's a really important step for people to take. So thank you for calling out in particular that, as well as your work overall. You know, it's deeply appreciated.
I just wanted you to know that Shakira Walker's team, working with the academic office, provides mentoring to all of our new teachers, specifically some of the folks that are coming out of Saren's program. So we do try to keep up with them and ensure that they become successful.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Are there other questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there other questions? No. I have two quick questions. In addition to the questions that Dr. Coleman asked with regard to the various groups, who is within them, I had a question about the linguistic fluency side that talked about native speakers, and I was wondering what percentage of those are native speakers of those languages versus learned speakers of the languages, and what portion of them are working with our ELLs versus in a variety of other parts of the district.
That's a great question. I don't have the native versus learned off the top of my head, but I can get back to you with that for sure. We have the data to be able to, at least for the last year, we have that data for to be able to provide that.
And John, what was the increase again? Was that from last year to this year in linguistic diversity? It's a big leap.
Yeah, it was 14% over the last 5 years, but last year to this year was about a 4% increase. So we're nearing the 50% mark.
I know this wasn't part of your presentation tonight, but it's been alluded to throughout the evening in many meetings around the difficulty that we have in the hiring shortages. And so, for example, I know we've hired a number of social workers, but oftentimes right now, many of them may not be able to actually do their social work job because they are filling in for other positions with shortages within schools. So I'm wondering, what's happening, particularly with some of the more critical positions that are open. And, do you all have the support that you need? I mean, other than candidates, but in terms of just the logistics within the department, do you have the staff that you need to be able to quickly move forward with candidates when they do actually come and meet your needs?
We do. There are some additional things that we're trying to do that Dr. Cassell has been supporting us pretty heavily with. We were trying to, upon onboarding folks, sometimes it takes a while fingerprinting folks. So we were trying to become a fingerprinting site to help clear people through that process more quickly, but we were turned down for that. We applied to become a site, but were turned down. We're now trying to partner with the city and trying to explore if the city can help push that along. So we are working through some other strategies that sort of hold up some of the onboarding processes, but specifically, we just can't find the bodies. I mean, we're reaching out everywhere we possibly think we can. And Saren's team has been very aggressive, as have the OHC team. We're just having a tough time finding the bodies.
Thank you. Thank you again for all of your hard work. So if there are no further questions, I just want to thank you again for the report and to your entire team for this critical work. Thank you. So our next report is the Boston Day and Evening Academy Charter Amendments. At this time, I'd like to invite Head of School Allison Ramiak and BDEA Program Leader Adrian Level to please present their report. First, I'd like to invite the superintendent to give opening remarks.
I just want to thank Allison and her team for being here today. BDA, they serve a special population of students, and I appreciate them being here today. And thank you for coming, Allison.
Thank you for having us. I am going to share our screen. All right. Are we seeing the slide deck okay?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great. So it's great to be here and to, it's been a while since BDA has been here, since I've been here, but it's nice to see all the new council members. So thank you for having us. My name is Allison Ramiak. I'm the head of school at Boston Day and Evening, and I'm here with my colleague, Adrian Level, program leader of our BDA 2.0 program. Adrian, you are there. Thank you. She's got a little boy that's running around her house, so hopefully we will have her for this presentation. Tonight, we're asking the school committee to approve our revised memorandum of understanding between BDA and BPS, and another one that's between BDA and BTU, as well as our accountability plan that was preliminary approved by DESE in June of 2019. All of these documents are part of our rechartering process that BDA went through during the school year 18-19. And they've been delayed, we've been delayed coming to you because of COVID. Once we approve these documents, we will then send them to Commissioner Riley for final approval. To gain a better understanding of BDA and the role that we play in the district, we'll start with a quick overview, share an explanation of these documents, and end with our vision and hopes. We will do this all within 10 minutes. What's up?
Nope, go ahead.
So we were founded, this is the timeline, gives you a quick history of our school. We were founded in 1995 as an evening program for students who needed to work during the day. In 1998, the school committee approved us to be our first Horace Mann charter school. So we and the Edward Kennedy are our Horace Mann charter school ones. Over the course of these 26 years, we've been rechartered by the state unconditionally 4 times. The process for rechartering is lengthy, extensive, and actually we enjoy it because it ensures that BDA is accountable to the community we serve. The state continues to renew our charter because they know we are serving our students well. Our autonomies as a Horace Mann and our commitment to serve the district's most marginalized and underserved students has allowed us to create a nationally recognized, innovative learning experience that continues to evolve based on student needs. Since the start of the day program in 2004, we have grown from 180 students to 440, while existing in a facility whose capacity is 280 students. To help alleviate our growing enrollment, 3 years ago, we added a satellite campus at the Timilty Middle School to support our new program, BDA 2.0, which Adrian leads. It's a program we designed with our students, specifically our Black and Latino young men. In 2020, the school committee, that was the last time we were here, approved an amendment to our charter to increase our enrollment to 505 students because we are well over our 405, which was our previous cap. And we did this because the demand for BDA seats has been growing. This year in 2021, we were able to bring back our blended learning program because we had previously had a distance learning program. So the commissioner allowed us to bring back a blended learning program in response to the request from students and families to have a safer, more flexible model during COVID. This timeline reflects BDA's ability to be innovative, to be flexible and responsive to the needs of our students.
So over the course of these past 26 years, BDEA's mission and vision has not changed. We were designed to serve all students that came knocking on our door, whether they were from other Boston public schools, charter schools, anyone that knocked on our door. We wanted to make sure that we were able to serve them. And our students specifically are those that weren't successful in those other schools. So the majority of our students are far from graduating when they do come to us, regardless of their age. We have committed to a diverse staff that's dedicated to ensuring that our students realize a vision for their future. And we meet this vision by making sure that we create a safe environment for all of our students. And the focal point, like one of the focal points of our school and our mission is to make sure that we have a safe community where there's trust throughout peers to peers and staff to students and so forth. We are a competency-based school, which makes us different and a unique space. And our model is designed to make sure that we meet all of our students where they are academically so that they can really be true drivers of their own education. On average, our students come to us at about age 18 with less than 5 high school credits. And 78% of our students are far or very far from graduation. All of our students struggle with inconsistent attendance before coming to BDEA, just because of circumstances beyond their control. 60% of our students struggle with mental health, and then all of our students are, off track, off cohort at intake when they arrive to us. Our model is really unique and innovative. Prior to COVID, schools came all across the country to learn about our practices through a real institute that we had every summer. We're able to meet the diverse needs of our students by providing a competency-based academic model that can support both the students who may come to us reading at an elementary school level, as well as those who are ready to start, early college or dual enrollment classes. We make sure we invest in a robust student support team that quickly identifies which students need support and then is able to connect them with the resources that they need as well. We have a number of partnerships with our school. We also ensure that every single student that comes to BDEA leaves with a post-secondary plan that's aligned to their vision for who they want to be in the future. And then at the foundation of our model is a diverse and talented professional learning community. And we make sure that we have enough time built into our schedule to allow for collaboration, shared decision-making, and to build an inclusive community.
And so since the needs of our students have evolved, our programming has evolved as well. We currently have 3 distinct programs serving all 440 of our students. Our programs are all competency-based, trauma-informed, and aligned to post-secondary success. But I'll share with you a few of the differences between the programs. So our flagship model is focused on culturally relevant 11-week courses designed around a set of competencies in math, science, humanities, post-secondary planning, and they're all aligned, to the Common Core. The BDA 2.0 model is designed for our young men, our Black and Latino young men, and is focused on elevating student voice and agency. We've definitely embedded some work-based learning, paid internships into the student schedule, instead of that being an add-on, and their competencies that are aligned to their work-based learning as well. Coursework at 2.0 is project-based learning, and the students have a say in what they want to learn and how they want to learn it. And then our new program, the blended learning, came to fruition after COVID. And it uses some of our custom designed competency-based learning that's built on the school's learning management system. We currently use Schoology as a platform. And students have flexibility to work either at school, from home, or independently, or in small learning communities. And so results. So we continue to be recharted by DESE because of our successes. Our culture is calm and safe, which we know this year has been more difficult than ever. We have a low suspension rate of 2% for a population of students where on average 30 to 50% have been suspended multiple times before coming to BDEA. Historically, we have met our MCAS targets. On average, given the setbacks our students have when they enter and finish BDEA, it takes approximately around 2.5 years. And as I shared previously, all of our students graduate with a post-secondary plan, a vision for their future. 50% will go off to 2 or 4 year colleges. 30% will select to enter the trades or career advancing programs. And then 20% select to work, but almost always circle back around to BDEA for post-secondary support from our dynamic postgraduate team.
So tonight, these are the asks that we are asking the committee to vote on. To approve the updates that we've made on our memorandum of understanding between BDA and the district, and then BDA and BTU. Both of these MOUs have been updated and revised in collaboration with BPS's legal team, BDA's governing board of trustees, and BTU's president, Jessica Tang. Changes in language are aligned to the previous updates made to our other Horace Mann charter schools, most notably Green Academies. We use that as the template for any of the changes that, and that was again BPS's legal team making those changes. And we're also asking school committee to approve our accountability plan that covers the length of our charter, which is from school year 18 through the end of school year 23. The accountability plan is a document required by DESE's charter school office as part of us being a Horace Mann charter school, and was written in collaboration with the charter school office, our staff, our governing board, and following the DESE guidelines. It includes 15 ways or measures that go above and beyond the MCAS state accountability system that we are held responsible for. These measures are our accountability to our school's mission and design elements. And as shared, the charter school office has approved this document, the accountability plan, back in June of 2019, and our governing board approved it the following October. So each year we reflect on the accountability plan, the measures, and we report them to the state in our annual report. And so for the past 3 years, we have consistently met 13 out of those 15. with the exceptions of 2 years where we did not meet our attendance goal, partially due to COVID. 1 year we did not meet our post-secondary goal that we had set for ourselves, which is that 70% of our graduates are accepted into a post-secondary plan. And that was 1920 when it was only 66%. And lastly, as mentioned earlier, a safe, welcoming, and rigorous school culture and climate is an essential component of our students' success and academic excellence. It's something that BDA prides itself in. And so we measure that with a student survey. And these past 2 years, because of COVID, we were unable to use the BPS school culture survey. So moving forward, we will be administering our own external survey that our team will administer to our students so that we can keep measuring those results. And so our vision for the next 5 years is to continue to build on these successes. We have a strategic plan that we laid out 3 years ago that we're working on. We have a growing enrollment, are in a building that is too small. It was designed for elementary students. Our 2.0 program is housed in the Timilty Middle School. And so we have been talking with Dr. Casalius and Build BPS, but we'd love the opportunity to work with Build BPS to identify a new space that can be a state-of-the-art learning space, utilizing and expanding on the innovative practices that we've been sharing with you tonight. And we think that this facility could be a symbol of the City of Boston and BPS's commitment to invest in students who need and seek a non-traditional pathway, a facility that would allow us to expand partnerships that we have forged over our 17 years in Nubian Square that address the social, emotional needs of our students, provides a work-based learning center for all students, not just the 2.0 students, that has the potential to change the trajectory of our students' lives, and also a facility that had a wellness center to support their minds and bodies. A facility with science labs, art rooms, a library, a fitness center, spaces that so many of our high schools have, but BDA does not have. BDA has been creating the space for young adults to transform their lives for over 26 years. We have and will continue to address the disparities that exist for our Black, Brown, Latinx, and queer students. We are excited to continue this work with all of your support. Please know our door is open to each of you to come visit. We welcome visitors to walk our halls and meet with our students. Thank you, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ramiak and Ms. Level, for your report and for the truly incredible work you and your team do day in and day out. Really, thank you for that. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Dr. Coleman? No, I'm sorry.
That's great work, very exciting. Look forward to, truly, I mean, the challenge is if we would want you to grow, but if you get bigger, will the intimacy stay? I think that as we think forward, that's going to be one of the issues, and whether just if there's some other group who could take it on, because it's exhausting. More people does not necessarily bring the intimacy that your program really provides, but really great work. Thank you for it.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you for the presentation. I echo Dr. Coleman's comments. I didn't realize it's 17 years in the building now. So, so that's interesting. And I'm interested in your comments about the potential for a new building as, and hadn't realized the 2.0 program was in the Timilty. So thank you for sharing that. What's the right number size-wise for BDDA? I know I think you understand what I'm getting at, right? You're an important component in our system, and the work you do with young people is excellent. So what's the right size? What could you go to if building wasn't a constraint?
I think you know, there's a lot of research around what the right size is, and I think having smaller learning communities is what our students need. And so while our enrollment is at 440 this year, it is broken into 3 unique programs that have staff that know students well. And so I don't know what the research says. Some research says it's learning communities around 150. Some say it's learning communities around 350. And so that's when we saw the small school movement happen, where we were trying to create these small communities.
Yeah.
I think we know economically that that's not sustainable, right? And so what we've done at BDA is have an administrative team that oversees these smaller learning communities. And to that, you know, that has been more sustainable financially. I think, you know, the demand is there for seats, but I do worry, and our staff do worry about making sure we are maintaining small learning communities so that our students feel safe and our staff can really learn who our students are and what their needs are.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I agree with your comments. I was also struck one of your slides where you talked about a 2% suspension rate when many of the students coming in had been at the 50% rate. And so how have you handled, you know, code of conduct or the district's emphasis on restorative justice and how you've handled that internally?
Good question. So, you know, again, it's something we pride is a safe learning community, and it really comes by investing in staff and investing in a student support team so that our staff know our students well. And so I think that's the foundation of our school model. We have smaller class sizes, our ratio. We don't invest in a lot of the extra programming that a lot of other schools are required to have. So that I think is the beginning of having a safe school. And then for the last 3 years, we have really invested in training all of our teachers in restorative justice. And so we started this year doing community circles in our advisories, teaching our students how to run circles, doing them in our student support groups. And to me, that has been really instrumental in allowing our students to feel connected, to allow their voice to be heard. And so that's our technique, is to really implement restorative justice, even through our code of conduct. Lots of mediations, lots of family meetings. We are constantly having family meetings. They have been the bigger driver in terms of supporting our students. And yeah, and I think it's a combination of all of that that helps our students feel safe. When something is happening, today, for example, I was in the cafeteria watching doing cafeteria duty. And one of my student support members came down and said, I heard there might be a fight breaking up down here, that, you know, that kids are getting loud and there might be a fight. One of the students had gone to her and said, I think there's something that's going to happen. Nothing happened. We are there. Nothing will happen when we are ever present. But the kids trust us and they come to us and they tell us when they feel something.
That's great. Thank you. And final question, you mentioned, and I'm trying to use your words, we don't have a lot of the extraneous programs, I think you had said. I'm not quite sure how you phrased it. And I'm thinking about the impact to reaching Mass Core requirement. Could you talk to us about that for a minute?
Yeah, no, we need to, as a community, talk about how alt ed is going to meet Mass Common Core requirements. We use a lot of external partners to meet a lot of our expectations around art and fitness. We don't have any space for any of that right now. I mean, just to be honest with you,
yes, I know.
Every single classroom is being used. We've converted little cubby holes into art rooms. But I do think that that's going to be a question that we need to talk about in terms of alt ed, how we meet those expectations. And
I agree, particularly when you have some programs, like one of your programs, your students are doing a combination of in-person and virtual, right?
Right.
So
Yep.
Do you think you'll be able to, what's the biggest challenge for you meeting the Mass Core requirements?
I think it's those extra, it's the fitness, it's the arts. And granted, some of our students are going to come to us and those are the credits that they have. They do come with what we call electives. A lot of them are coming with 2 to 3 of those electives. But I do think it's the arts, it's the fitness. Adrian, I don't know if you want to add anything on to that.
Right, I think I would say that the primary barrier might be language arts. A number of our students do have electives, and we have an awesome enrichment program where they can, graphic design and make digital beats. But I think the language arts is the big issue.
Great, well, thank you. And thank you for framing it in terms of, we need to be thinking about that for our whole alt ed program, because you are obviously an important component of our alt ed program. Thank you for that. But you're right, it's a number of the programs within that system. This will be a challenge for them. And I know the superintendent and her team have been thinking it through and mapping it through. But it's important that we approach it that way of what is the challenge for the whole alt ed program and how can we support it to help you get there? Because obviously we have committed from a policy viewpoint of having Mass Core as a requirement in the future. So thank you for the presentation tonight. I enjoyed it.
Any other questions? I have one. I was interested in seeing on your sort of wish list for the future daycare center, childcare. And my question is, what percentage of your students are parents, both mothers and fathers? And what sort of is the age range of the children that they have?
Adrian, I don't know if you have, I think this fall was really striking. I want to say we have about 30 young moms at our school out of the where we're not at 440, we're at about 400 right now. And a lot of them are young moms. They're new babies, a lot of new babies while at BDA. And I think what was really striking, we ended up creating a program for our young moms, was they couldn't find daycare. And so we had a huge number of young our young moms who chose not to come back in the fall. And when we were doing our extensive outreach, we found out that they couldn't find seats in daycare, which we know is a national problem. And so we don't have a daycare. Some of our high schools do have daycares, and it's always been something that we have thought BDA would be an amazing resource to offer our students. But again, no space to do that. Maybe partnering with a daycare that is nearby is something that we're thinking about for this year, and how we can support that daycare if they could reserve some seats for our students, and how awesome it would be for those young moms to all drop their kids off and we could create a partnership that way. So those are the things that we're trying to think of to get these students back. We kept them engaged in the school. They're taking 2 classes instead of a full load. And they're learning about being young moms. So we created a class for them to learn alongside their academics.
And Jerry, to answer your question about the age range, we have a young man in BDA 2.0 that became a father 2 weeks ago. We have students that are expecting, and then we have some of our students that have children in first grade elementary school. So,
Wow. Thank you. If there are no further questions, I want to thank you, and the committee looks forward to taking action on these charter amendments at our next meeting on December 15th. Thank you, and thanks for the incredibly hard work you do. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for having time for us.
All righty, thank you. Our next agenda item is a discussion on the exam schools admission policy, specifically the 10 points for schools with 40% or more poverty. You will recall that at our last meeting, Mr. De Araujo requested that this item be added to tonight's agenda. Before we open it up for discussion, I'd like to invite the superintendent to briefly review the simulation data she presented to the committee on November 17th.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if my team could put up the presentation, that'd be great. Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to talk to a couple of slides here briefly. You'll recognize some of them as I've shown them before, and as you requested that I do a walkthrough on these slides. And as you'll see on this one, you will see that 5 BPS schools with less than 40% poverty are impacted. I'm also going to present an update on a new wait list policy for exam schools that are preparing to implement, so that people can understand, if you don't get a seat, what it means in terms of being waitlisted. And I do want to just say on the upfront that we value all of our students in Boston Public Schools at all of our schools, and we want to make sure that everybody has a proportional opportunity to attend an exam school and an equitable opportunity to attend to one of our exam schools. So I'm going to start here with slide 1. And you will notice the historical data on exam school invitations. I think it's just really important that you can see here that these 7 schools are our most highly selective schools. And as you can see here, they have had in the past overrepresentation of invitations to our exam schools, accounting for about 47% of invitations, while representing only 19% of our 6th grade enrollment at these 7 schools. 4 of these schools have less than 40% poverty and do not qualify for the 10 points. Those 4 schools are the BTU Pilot, the Elliott School, the Kilmer School, and the Linden. This data is an important reminder about why we revised the policy about admissions and the charge to the Commission, as we heard from Dr. Tung earlier. As you remember, the charge was to maintain rigor and ensure the student body of our exam schools better reflect the racial, socioeconomic, and geographic diversity of all students in BPS. Okay, go to slide 2, please. We've also seen this slide several times, but I thought it was really important to share again to show that schools with less than 40% poverty would receive a proportional share of their invitations according to the simulation. Students who attend a school with less than 40% poverty account for 17% of citywide 6th grade enrollment and 20% of the simulated invitations. Students who attend a school with 40% or greater poverty account for 83% of 6th grade enrollment and 80% of invitations. Next slide. This slide provides a high-level summary of the simulated school by school invitations. The BPS school simulated invitation data shows that invitations are distributed more equitably across BPS schools and more proportional to student enrollment per school. Even with simulated changes in admission patterns, every school still has an opportunity for invitations. The data is suppressed for schools with less than 5 applicants or invitations. If a school does not have invitations, it's because they did not have any students who applied or who did not apply or did not have the grades or test scores to qualify. And we, link to that last school committee meeting, and it's on our school committee website. Slide 4, please. Schools with less than 40% poverty. This is a new slide. I wanted to lift up the 5 BPS schools who have less than 40% poverty and therefore do not receive the 10 bonus points. I know this has been an area of concern, and some parents have worried that because their school does not receive these extra points, then their student has a 0 chance of getting into an exam school. I want to make sure that it's really clear that this simulated data shows that these 5 schools would indeed receive invitations to exam schools. In the simulation, schools received a number of invitations that is more proportional to their 6th grade student enrollment. In the event that a school with qualified applicants does not receive any invitations in the actual admissions process, we will gather information to understand more. And as a reminder, we committed this past summer that we will bring a full report in June to evaluate the actual invitations. Lastly, we want to make sure that we fill every seat in our exam schools, and we have heard many questions about a wait list. Historically, there has not been a wait list at our 3 exam schools, but we've worked diligently over the past few months to develop a new waitlist policy. Separate waitlists will be created in grade 7 and in grade 9 at BLA, BLS, and the O'Brien. Each waitlist will be capped at 100 students. Waitlists will remain in effect until November 30 of each year. Waitlists will not roll over from year to year. Families must have ranked the exam school in order to be placed on that school's waitlist. Students who receive an invitation to their top-ranked or first choice exam school will not be placed on a waitlist. Ordering of the waitlist will function as a continuation of the exam school invitation policy. Students will be placed on the waitlist in order of their composite score and random number within their tier. The waitlist policy will be added to the recent exam school admissions policy circular, which was shared with our schools and the community and will be posted on our BPS website. I hope this update provides additional answers to the questions we have been discussing during previous meetings, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Superintendent. So I'll now open it up for discussion. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak.
Madam Chair, Dr. Coleman has his hand raised.
I'll jump in, Ms. Robinson. So, Superintendent, thank you for this. And it is very complicated, and I'm looking forward to when we can have other high order issues on our agenda as well. But there are 2 questions that I had that I need some clarity on. One, on slide number 3, you said something about defined opportunity for invitation. Defining the opportunity for invitation, I think it was. I didn't read it. I was looking at it visually. I didn't have it up on my own screen. But if you could bring slide number 3 back, please.
Can we bring the slide back up? Share, there you go.
So the phrase is, where is it? And every school still has an opportunity for invitations. Could you define what that means? I'm not sure what that means. So I would love if there was a probability estimate. That would make me much more comfortable. But when you say in the simulations, every school still has an opportunity, I don't know exactly what that means. I think that's one of the areas of confusion.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think what it means is that in every tier, we have in this simulation, we have 1,000 invitations. We have 1,000 applicants in the pool. And you have 8 tiers. And each tier has approximately 125 in each tier. And then as you go through, you take the first 10, for instance, they get a bite at the apple. Then you go to the second tier, then they get a bite at the apple, and you go all the way until you get to what is the wealthiest tier, because we start with the poorest tier and go up, right? Then you go all the way back to the next 10 in the ranked order. And then you go through that again, and you do that until all the seats are gone. That gives everybody an opportunity in each of the tiers. Knowing that our kids go to schools all over the city, they don't just go in their neighborhood.
Yep.
So you see some fluctuation in some of the schools with how many applicants are going in, because their tier might be a higher poverty tier, but they go to a school that's maybe not a high concentrated poverty school.
Yep.
And so what we've done in the simulation is be able to show that all schools have an opportunity at the bite of that apple. And if there are schools that have 0 invitations, it is because they either didn't have any applications, nobody applied to that school, which has been the case historically in Boston. There are a number of schools that have not had any applicants, or the students themselves either didn't have a high enough composite score in which to be high enough in the tier,
yep,
to either get an invitation or to get the school that was their top choice.
So that's related to my second question. Is you had said, you subsequently said that that if what looks improbable does happen, and that there are schools, maybe driven by the 10-point assignment ruling, where there are 0 offers, we will respond to that. Is there any specificity to what that would look like or act like if that does happen? The fear, I understand it, many people think it's a low probability event. Other people think it's a high probability event. But let's say it comes true. Is there a theory or a plan or an idea about what we would do if in fact there was a school in the district in which 0 students, where there are qualified students and interested students, get an invitation? That's something that we can think about beforehand, or is there some reason we could not?
Well, we do have the wait list, and that's one thing that we put in place, right? And so if there are additional spots, they'll have the opportunity with the wait list to continue to be eligible for a spot. But every school does have opportunity for an invitation. So we don't anticipate that that's going to be the case. But let's say for some reason there's an anomaly and this simulation data was just not accurate, and not every school does have a seat, then I would need to look at that data and then QC it again and make sure that there wasn't something that went wrong. And we're planning on using the same firm we used last year to QC our data, quality control for our data. And then I would plan to bring recommendations with a full analysis to the school committee in June, with any policy changes that would need to be recommended if that were to happen.
You know, well, maybe not a policy change, but maybe a thinking through of what exceptions could be made, particularly in this complicated situation where we don't have all the data that we would normally use to make this decision because of high stake tests. But it's very complicated. But thank you for bringing this forward, and I'll give my time to others who have other questions.
Thank you. Mr. De Araujo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, for your presentation. And I very much appreciate how you started the conversation, which is really to kind of focus on the big picture here. And I know that we're in the weeds of this, but to take a step back to say, what are we doing here? We're trying to increase equity in the applications, and also that all of us here. We took that oath to represent each of the schools, each of the students in our district, and it's hard to hear, families either in public comment or in the community, in the neighborhood, thinking that, however this formula that we've approved has been shaped, that it's somehow directed in a negative way towards them, and just that that trust factor. So we're talking about enrollment, we're talking about keeping kids in. It's critical, and sometimes the perception matters, and how we communicate and so forth matters a lot. So I appreciate starting there. I will say so on the pieces, I also appreciate more understanding on the wait list piece. And I'd like to learn more about that as time goes on. Also hear how that interacts with the exam schools. They kind of operate together, and kids kind of move back and forth. So appreciate maybe not in this meeting, but understanding how that'll work in more detail. With respect to the 10 points issue itself, I appreciate Dr. Coleman's comments. I still see, with these slides and with the simulation, there are pieces there where at least I remain unconvinced that using the 10 points, one, is necessary to accomplish our broader goal of equity. I don't think that's necessary, especially because we do give the 10 points to almost all of our schools. And two, I think there's more data for when an exam is given and going forward, but I'm still concerned for the kids who are in 6th grade right now. We've heard from some of them, and having that uncertainty of how is this 10 points going to impact them directly. I want to pick up on something Dr. Coleman also mentioned, and Dr. Sellius, you've started talking about this as well. While my recommendation would be that we don't need the 10 points as part of the overall formula, and I would recommend that we would suspend it, but I understand your recommendation and building up towards it. That if come January, come February, when grades are in and the algorithm is actually used, and we do find out that students from these 5 schools, despite being qualified applicants, despite having great grades, that they're not getting invitations because of the 10 points. What can we do for them? And I would go as far as saying that, you said you have to review the data and quality control, but if it is because of the 10 points, that we should have a special preference for this incoming class of the first time, using this formula, using it in a way that doesn't have the exam, so it's not really the full formula. That that we can just say, okay, this is not what we intended to do, to zero out based on those 10 points at those programs, at those schools, and that we do something for them. I know we're doing a full review, and you're doing a full review for us come June, but I would say, if we are going to make those exceptions, which I think we should, and start planning for that if it does happen, that we do it in the spring as soon as we can, because the trust issue is key, but also we can lose a lot of these families. They find other pathways. They might go to charter schools, parochial schools, private schools. These are our families, our kids. We want to make sure that they stay in BPS, and so I hope that we can have a plan for that if things don't work the way that you're saying the simulations are showing. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. DeRujo. I just wanted to kind of put a little bit in context in that in a normal year of exam school prior to the pandemic, there were approximately 2,800 applicants for exam schools. Mm-hmm. And we sent 1,025 invites. So that's nearly 1,800 students who wouldn't get a seat. And last year we had 1,600 applicants and we only had 974 invites. So I think what I'm trying to share in terms of context is that because there's a scarcity of seats and a high demand, there's a lot of students that don't get into exam schools. And on my very first slide, I shared that historically, we had a number of schools across the district who never got a seat. And so I'm trying to bring to light some equity within the policy to be more proportional to the goals that we set for ourselves around racial diversity, around social economic diversity and geographic diversity. And I know that it's hard for the schools that have had a larger proportion typically and historically to see that proportional share go down, but it is still within their proportional share of the seats. And that's why we created a policy around equity. And I think it's important for us to see this policy through. It has sustained 2 legal challenges, and to try to see if we can achieve our goals as an anti-racist district and to try to shift our practices of giving more opportunity and live into our mission. And so I think I'm really hoping we have built a strong policy, and I have made a commitment to this committee and to our community that if there are flaws within the policy, I am more than willing to bring them forward if they are not fair. And I will do that because I do care about every single one of our kids. And I don't want to lose more enrollment. I don't want people leaving the district more so than they already have for Metco or for charter or any other private school. So I appreciate your comments and you're holding me accountable to that this June.
Yeah, I appreciate the context and the comments as well. I will just, I do agree with what you've said, but tying in the 10 points specifically, that's where I think that that is its own case where, this is a formula that we've developed in applying those 10 points to the schools. I know that kids don't get in, but I'm saying that, these schools, these are the only schools we're not giving the 10 points to, right? In BPS. And so I want to make sure that, that's the reason. They might be producing qualified applicants who, according to our rubric, they have a B average. Well, I guess there's no test this year, but, they're meeting the qualified applicant. So I just want to make sure that, if we're here, in January and February and find out that they don't because of the 10 points, then that we need to do something. We need to step in because I think it's not right to have that happen to a school, as a consequence of this policy. So, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Ms. LaPera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Casilius, I think, for that important context that you just shared. I think it's also really important to note that there aren't specific schools that are being singled out, right? Like this information could change if we had more integrated schools. Right. And so I think that that's an important point. When I was listening to the testimony today, I really appreciated Dr. Roseanne Tung for her testimony and her just continued investment and work around equity. I think what we just heard and what we've heard previously is that historically certain school communities, some neighborhoods and some racial and ethnic groups really haven't had the same level of access to the exam schools as others. And so we know that for decades, there has been disparity in access to exam schools, and it's been labeled as merit. And I can say that I'm certain that those students worked hard. But I think we also have to reconcile the fact that a lot of it has to do with privilege and power. So as a parent, I understand the reaction of some families to feel like something that some have always expected access to feels like it's being taken away. But the reality is we're trying to be more fair about how access is distributed, and really allowing those who for decades have been limited in access a more equitable opportunity. So I think that the policy that has been voted on is now being more open to equally deserving children, just from more schools and a variety of neighborhoods. And having said all that, I know that change is hard, right? So I think for us, our work now is to work together to create quality and desirable opportunities in more schools. And I think working together, really the focus needs to continue to be to uplift our most vulnerable students and families, because that's what really benefits our entire city. And I think as hard as it is, we have to continue to challenge ourselves and each other to see that. So it's not a question. I appreciate the work. I don't think anything is perfect. But I do think that this moves us it does move us towards equity.
Thank you, Ms. LaPera. Are there any other comments? Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent, could you just go back to one of the slides, please? I just want to get a clarification because it was a little bit confusing to me. It was the slide, thank you. So the next slide, the simulated. So I just want to understand the line that says invitations under approved policy. That is what is simulated for those schools, right? So as an example, the BTU school under the approved policy, it's simulated that it would be 11 invitations. Or another example is the Elliott, it's simulated that it would be 48. And then I want to compare that to all the way over on the far right, the grades only. That is because we're not doing a test this year. This is what the simulation shows just under the grades portion.
I'm going to double check with Monica Hogan, who is also on here, but I'm pretty certain that the invitations under approved policy is the test and the grades.
Yeah.
And the one all the way to the far right is grades only.
Okay.
For this 1 year.
That's correct. That is correct. So for this year's policy, it's actually the one on the far right. And for the Allegheny, you're saying less than 5, but because to preserve student confidentiality, I guess, and I'm a little confused why that preserves student confidentiality if it's a 1 or a 2 number.
The Allegheny has.
I know they have a very small number.
I think they have approximately sixth graders right now.
I believe it's 6 we heard in public comment last time, yes.
And so it's a pretty small number. And if we were to put that in there, that you could maybe try to people within the community and might be able to know who would and would not get an invitation right now in terms of the simulation data. And so I think it's just our suppression rules. It's normally 10 that we suppress.
Okay, but 0 is less than 5. Is the number 0 or is it somewhere between 1 and 5?
It is not 0.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. Okay.
It is not 0, and it is more than their proportional share. I'll tell you that.
Thank you. Okay.
So
and I
proportional share is
understand
1.
completely about trying to protect confidentiality. I understand that. I just thank you for this slide and thank you for explaining a little bit more because we moved through it pretty quickly. I appreciate.
Thing, Mr. O'Neill, I do want to point out, like I asked Monica Hogan about just looking at the Elliott School, for instance, in this year's grades policy and why they had a large number underneath them for grades for the Elliott in terms of their invitations. And we hypothesize that it is because the Elliott draws from students who are probably in an earlier tier and not a higher tier, and may have students who receive also the 15 points within their community. So it's a bit more diverse, and they have more students. We believe in tier 1 and tier 2 rather than tier 7 and 8, whereas the Kilmer and the Linden School have more students in the last 2 tiers that would get a bite, right? Because they're wealthier. Is that correct, Monica?
Yeah, what we see in this simulated data set at the Kilmer and the Linden is about roughly 90% of the applicants in the simulation live in either tier 7 or 8, whereas at the Elliott, it's about 66% of their qualified applicants live in tier 7 or 8. So they're a little more spread out across tiers. And that's, I think, one of the complexities in understanding or trying to predict how many invitations a single school might get because of the tiers, an individual student's grades, and in the later years, an individual student's test scores all come together to determine how students, which students end up getting invited. So.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. And I know this is a simulation, right? And a simulation means exactly that. And so everything may change, you know, we may get different results this year. So I really appreciate the superintendent's commitment to be analyzed and reporting back on that. I'm also very sensitive to us approving this. Was part of us approving this an overall plan. And there were trade-offs that were made to reach that consensus that was recommended to us by the task force. And so, you know, it is challenging to focus in on one particular piece of it. I also know it is very easy for people to have the perception when they read about the 10 points and that some schools will not get them. It is very easy to have the perception that that's going to be a negative impact to those schools, and to think theoretically about what the long-term implications could be. And we don't want the unintended consequences that several members have spoken about families moving out of the system of that, or that type of thing, or not choosing a school because they feel it could be impacted. So it's going to be really interesting to see if the reality matches the simulations versus if the reality matches the perceptions. And the way you've run the simulations and laid it out and laid the foundational comments as well were very helpful. Remind us of what the goals were. I appreciate the way Mr. D'Arrujo also talked about, let's follow this, you know, when it actually comes out, and look at it when we can, to see, are we having outcomes that we didn't want to have. But I'm comfortable with how it has been framed, and you know, our parents need certainty. We have talked about this long enough, and we'll be talking about it again in the spring after the results from the actual invitations are out. And we've made changes in the past, and if we need to make changes in the future, Superintendent, you've committed to looking at it and making sure that this is equitable. And so thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I just want to mention that, you know, this is a very courageous stance that the board has taken to really write the equitable distribution of these seats across the city. And I'm very proud of this board for taking that stance. There are other policies and decisions I'll be bringing to this school committee that will be that will require a lot of courage for really getting after some of the systems within the district that have been inequitable for a very long time. And the way that we have sorted our kids or provided inequitable opportunities. And the pandemic has only shown it so much more clearly. So I appreciate all of you for leaning into this and for holding me accountable to our community to show the evidence for the policy. And I look forward to implementing it now.
Thank you. Are there any more comments, questions, discussion? Not, I just want to say I also agree wholeheartedly with Ms. LaPera's comments, so I won't go into that detail. And I want to thank you for bringing this forward again. And I know this is a very difficult and emotional issue. And so my final words is this is why it's imperative that we redouble our efforts to make every single school in our district a high quality school so that all of our students and families can have what they need and deserve and nothing less. We've got to get there. This tells us that, and it's got to be on everybody's agenda, particularly as we move forward to creating strong 7 to 12s. There's got to be strong 7th grades for every single one of our kids to choose. So with that, I want to thank you. And now that concludes our discussion, and I want to move now on to public comments on reports. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. We have one speaker for public comment on reports, Mr. John Mudd.
Thank you.
Good evening. Am I making it? Yes, I think so. My name is John Mudd. I'm a resident of Cambridge, Massachusetts. And it's a little scary to say that I'm a 30-year advocate around the Boston Public Schools, most recently with the Boston Network for Black Student Achievement and the ELL Task Force. And I do have a grandson who is happily enrolled in the John F. Kennedy School in Jamaica Plain. I want to talk about the report on diversity briefly, and I hope I don't keep you long. The good news is that the trends are in the right direction, and it's particularly heartening to hear that we've had success with paras and substitutes and enabling them to get careers as teachers. I think that's wonderful. But the reality is that we haven't made much progress in moving the needle for Black and Latino and other teachers over the last decade. The Garrity 25% for Black teachers was met, I believe, for roughly the first 25 years of after the order. About 15 years ago, we went below 25%, and we're still there, 25% Black teachers, or excuse me, 23% Black teachers and 11% Latino teachers. And I think the issue I want to phrase with you is, do you find that acceptable? Is this adequate to meet the needs? We talk about that more needs to be done, and certainly, but do we want to try and say we want to see some dramatic, urgent change in our approaches? And I didn't see that in the next steps that you were presented with. The pipeline programs are excellent, but they produce very few teachers. I think it might be interesting for you to ask the superintendent in the district to say, what would it take to make significant progress in the diversity of the teachers? And to go through that exercise. The OAG, the Opportunity and Achievement Gap Task Force, has said for a number of years that they wanted to see some of these pipeline programs taken to scale. We still aren't there. So I would just urge you to say to yourselves, are we satisfied with this? Or do we need to at least consider what it would take to bring about some significant change and some significant improvement? And finally, I would just ask that you request that the district do 2 charts at least in the reports. One would show what is the gap between the diversity of teachers and the diversity of students in the system on race and ethnicity. And a second chart is what is the gaps on language. between the language of the teachers and at least for the major languages, the language of the teachers and the language of the major linguistic groups in the system. And I appreciate you waiting and listening to me at this. It's not as late an hour as you often go, but it's late enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd.
Thank you.
That concludes our business for this evening. The next remote, oh, excuse me, let me back up one. I think I missed one. Is there any new business?
Yes, Ms. Robinson. This, the exam school conversation always brings this up for me, and the conversation about high quality schools. The fact is we have a lot of really good high schools that are great places for a lot of kids to go to. And I worry so I would love us to figure out, is that, do people not know, or are we caught in the rhetoric of preserving one type of school, one type of history, so we can't own the success we made? So I would love if, and not next week, not next month, but I think as we go forward with this conversation, we need to do a much better job of letting all parents know that we have more than 3 very good high schools that may fit. We even had a parent tonight who said their child is at one of the 3 schools, and they know they may be getting a better experience someplace else, but there's this rhetoric that doesn't allow a family to look for that, particularly families who have historically had advantage into their access into the exam school. So I think I just encourage us to find a way to lift up some of our many great high schools, acknowledging that we have some, our comprehensive schools are very clear. So that's request number 1. Request number 2 is, having looked at the proposal around Charleston, I want to encourage the superintendent in our office to, and I would support having the writers of this report join the school improvement team at Charleston, because it's actually a very exciting, engaged plan that I'm sure that in a community process at the school, they could come forward with this as their plan for success. Would be another avenue besides going the autonomous school route.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Anything else? If not, that concludes our business for this evening. The next remote school committee meeting will take place on Wednesday, December 15th at 5 p.m. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes, have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. DeArujo,
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes, buenas noches.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes, buenas noches.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill,
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes, thank you. And the meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.